everyone. This is Sagar Shah welcoming you. Alireza Firouzja is waiting for his opponent to arrive. But where is Gukesh Domaraju? We do not know. What about Praggnanandhaa? Well, he's also not to be seen. We have Duda on the board. Both the Indian players are not to be seen. Welcome, guys. Sagar bhai, can you turn off the background music? Okay, guys. This is about to end. This is one of my favorite instrumental musics. Chess player says, Sagar, I guess that is a draw. Arey, guys, today is going to be fighting chess. We have 4 fighters facing each other, and Praggnanandhaa handshakes with Duda. It's amazing. And while Pragg and Duda are waiting, guys, a warm welcome to everyone in the chat. I hope you are doing well. And this is Sagar here. How are you doing, guys? Oops. Suddenly, I have vanished. Let me just make sure that I'm back. And guys, Gukesh is here. Let's go. The game has started already. Wow. And I think everything's working for me as well. Guys, welcome here today. Today there's definitely some issue with the Chess board. So we have the chess.com board for today. I don't know what's wrong with the Chess website. I don't know if it's working for all of you as well. Gukesh is adjusting all his pieces. He's on 2.5 points. And yeah, I'm also surprised with the help chess widget is there. Let's go. All set. And I'll also get the bars in a bit. Gukesh taking his time for move number 1. And guys, today Shiva Vlog says Leechess not working by server down from evening. Wow. Okay, that's surprising. What went wrong there? Not sure. Meanwhile, Gukesh opens the game with e4 on the board. And Alireza goes for the Sicilian. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Everyone here, have you taken some rest after the rest day? We are here with the 6th round and we are going for the open Sicilian. भाई मजा आ रहा है दोस्तों. Pawn takes pawn. Knight takes. Need to check what opening has been played in Praggnanandhaa's game as well very quickly. But is this going to be the Najdorf? A6, I'm pretty sure. Let's go. It's the Sicilian Najdorf. And Gukesh goes for the main line stuff. Bishop E2. Wow. This is like really old stuff. Old theory. Knight B3 comes back. This is used to be one of the big weapons of world champion Anatoly Karpov. He used to play this a lot with white. And Firouzja brings his bishop out to e7. Very quickly checking on Praggnanandhaa. We have the Sicilian as well here. Kya baat hai? Everyone was in a fighting mood. But c3 Sicilian. Knight f6, e5, knight d5. Guys, what is it called? What is this opening called with white? a3 played. Wow. Are you going to kick the knight away with c4? Yes, Aryansh, it's Alpin. Correct. So while Alpin here by Praggnanandhaa, let's quickly check what is next. He goes very quickly. Castles. Rook e1 played here by Gukesh. Wow. Rook e1 is on the board. And Alireza has gone into some kind of a thinking mode here. Let me see if I can get the bars rolling here today. Eval bars. So that we can have all the games evaluation below our board. Today Leeches is down, yeah? So this won't work as well. Wow. Okay. Guys, sorry about that. Because it pulls the evaluation from Leeches. By the way, Rook e1 has made Firouzja go into a bit of thinking mode here. So what happened was after Bishop e7, white castled, black castled, and now Gukesh goes Rook to e1. Guys, how common is this move? Is a big question here to me. Chess player says, भाई सब लोग popcorn लेकर ready रहो. Agreed. Guys, this is going to be super fun. This one and also the Pragg game. Both are going to be very, very interesting. So, I'm going to go to Chessbase 18 and Mega Database in a bit to see how many times has this position been reached. But Rook e1, maybe one of the ideas is Knight d2, Knight f1, Knight e3. And Bishop f1 is also possible. Guys, yes, I did shave. And I had gone, Amruta and I had gone out for one day. We went with her childhood friends. So it's a very interesting that she had 5 friends from a very young age who played chess together. It was her, Soumya Swaminathan, Anuprita Patil, Ketki Kulkarni, and Sneha Ghatpande. These are 5 players, and they all have been related to chess, or are in the chess world still till this day. And so we went to Karjat, which is a place near Mumbai. We went yesterday morning and came back today evening. So it was very cool. Okay. By the way, right now, after rook e1, we are still waiting for Alireza's move. Let's quickly head over to what's happening with Praggnanandhaa. So, Pragg in this position has played also some interesting chess. It starts with e4, c5. I think the players are going for Sicilian because they see that they need to fight, they need to score points. Knight f3, e6, c3. Now, you could play potentially d5, which could transpose into the French defense after taking or pushing the pawn. But he decides to play knight f6. Now, one of the things about the move c3 is that the knight can no longer go to c3. So the pawn on e4 is hanging. e5, knight is attacked. So the knight moves, knight to d5, and a3 played. And here is where Duda is thinking, let's quickly check out the reference here and let's see if we can check from chess-base board how many times this position has been reached before. Okay, let's go here. So e4, and there we have the live database so that we have an idea how many times this has been played. c5, knight f3, e6, c3. This is already 33,000 games. Knight to f6, and here e5, 11,000 games, knight d5, and now 10,955 games have continued with pawn to d4. But there is only 188 games which have continued with a3, and that has been played by Hikaru, MVL, Vei, Dubov, Bakro, Sindarov. All these players have played it a lot with white pieces. And with black, we have Carlsen, Caruana, Firouzja, and Endrekin Arun. So even though there are just 188 games, and clearly this is a small surprise here for Duda, it has been played before. Okay, let's quickly check what is the Gukesh game saying for our live database. Takes, knight f6, knight c3, a6. The Najdorf is played 24,000 times. Wow, insane. Bishop e2. We have 44,000 games here. Knight b3, bishop e7, castles. This is one of the most popular positions in any chess openings. And now you can see main move is bishop e3 here. Oops, sorry, bishop e3. Then there is king h1. Then there is a4. Then there is queen d3. Then there is f4. And only then is rook e1. But rook e1 is not so unknown. 1018 games have been played. And very interesting here that Firouzja has actually played this with the black pieces against Levon Aronian last year in Zagreb. Superbet Rapid. Wow. So this is interesting what Gukesh has played. Magnus has played with Arrow Dengline Title Tuesday with Ivich in chess.com. Classic. Nepo has played in Speed Chess. Yeah, so Rookie 1 is not that unpopular. It has been played before. Let's see if Firouzja has managed to make his move or not. Yes, he has. He has played his knight out to c6 here. So he went knight c6. This was also his response against Levon. Bishop f1 goes back. Okay, guys, right now, Leech, uh, Gukesh is drinking some water. A reminder for all of us to stay hydrated. Pawn to a5. And very interesting move, because in chess, sometimes you give up some squares in order to get some squares. And Gukesh very quickly goes knight d2. He doesn't even stop. I'm a bit surprised here because, one other possibility was to play pawn to a4 to stop this pawn. But I'm pretty sure what Firouzja wanted. He wanted his knight to jump here, control the d5 square even further, and then maybe aim for the d5 break. But Gukesh has very quickly played knight d2 here after a5. And guys, where is this knight heading to? Does anyone have an idea? Let's see if you can guess the circuit of this knight. Where is this knight heading towards? Yes, exactly. Madhesh Kumar, you are absolutely right. The knight is heading towards e3 square here. But how exactly? Knight c4 to knight e3. And Firouzja must be very careful. Like, for example, if you play normally, let's say bishop e6, then maybe I can go knight c4, but not so sure. Knight c4, rook c8, and now knight to e3. And already white is significantly better in this position. Wow. Okay, this is getting intense, yeah, this line that Gukesh is going for. Let's go to the Pragg board now and see what's happening there, and we'll also look at the other games. So here after a3, there is moves. b6 played, okay. d4, pawn takes pawn, and now knight takes pawn. Praggnanandhaa has gone for this one. This line, very interesting stuff here by Pragg. Actually, very interesting opening preparation as well by Praggnanandhaa. Now, you want to maybe play pawn to c4, kick this knight away. The d6 square is slightly soft. You see the knight can jump in here. You also can develop the bishop out. Maybe knight comes out to c3 after c4. Bishop d3 castles. So it's going to be very, very interesting and exciting. Guys, how was your rest day? How was your Sunday? Arpit Jain says, thank you for Chess Mood free subscription. Puzzles are crazy. Oh, very cool. I'm glad that you are enjoying the subscription and that you are using it. In fact, for all the people who haven't yet used it, well, it's the first link in the description. You can check it out. A lot of people have made use of this. In fact, I saw in the dashboard that they have provided that close to 2000 people actually made use of this. So great job, guys. And you can, all those who haven't really tried it out yet can try it out. It's actually just chessmood.com/chessbaseindia and make use of your free 1 month subscription where you can learn a lot of different openings, middle games, end games, all video courses and done by some strong players and grandmasters there. Rest day was boring for chess fans, says Ankimator. Okay. I loved Divya's Hindi interview. Oh, that's so nice to see. Divya's Hindi interview by Niklesh Jain is out on Hindi Chess Base India. You can check it out. Saharsh says it was my birthday. Enjoyed a lot. Happy birthday, my friend. Mathemagic says, oh, nice. Why did Magnus Carlsen call the doctor? Because he heard the news that Praggnanandhaa is delivering moves daily. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Bishop b7 played. We have to go and check on chess base board how many times has this position happened. So let me just go here. a3, he went b6, d4, right? No, wait a second. Did he play d4? Yeah, d4. Pawn takes, knight takes. We are following the Nakamura. Oh, Magnus had actually taken here cd. So knight d4 by Pragg and bishop b7 played. And this has been played 4 times. Moritzi versus Andrekin. So many online games, guys. Yeah, it seems like so much of chess has happened in the last few years with online games. Meanwhile, after rook e1, Alireza went knight c6. In fact, this is the move Alireza played with Aronian as well. And Levon had played f3 here. But Gukesh went bishop f1. And we already have a fresh position that has never been reached before. And to think about it, here, Gukesh was ready with his move, which was knight to d2. He played his move knight d2, and this has not been played before, which goes to show that Gukesh's preparation is also super deep. And now Praggnanandhaa gets his knight to d2. Amazing. Guys, these youngsters are tremendously well prepared. Very, very interesting. And today, Pragg is looking for, some moves. Let me think. Knight to e4 could be one idea. There could be knight e4, knight b5. Also, I was wondering if you can go queen c7 attacking this pawn, but then just knight f3. Defending here, defending the central pawn. Arpit says, I think Gukesh has worked hard during the rest day. Guys, do you want to change the board color? Maybe we can change it. We had used this color for the EWC. Yes. Okay, which one? I think I'll put the classic green color, right? Let me go. Settings, all settings, board color. Let's go for this. Save. And back. Collapse. No, not collapse. Okay. Done with this. I want to watch. Oops, sorry. Grand Chess Tour. Games. Okay. Looks good. Looks better, guys. Hopefully you all like this better. Knight to d2. And now it's all a lot of color. Guys, today, yes, actually, Harshit is also playing in some tournament. Innsbruck Open. Okay, guys, let's work with this now. Maybe when Lichess is back, we can also have that one working. They say that we just lost 2 discs in a row. Okay. We'll be back shortly. Do not panic. Okay. Cool. Cool. Leeches will be back, and then we can use it. Let's just go and see full screen later if we are able to also get the board here. Guys, the tournament has been quite exciting in the sense that you do not know who will take this home. Fabiano Caruana is leading by half a point, but it's only half a point. And someone, if they score a win, it can make this tournament wide open. And let's check with Gukesh here. He goes Bishop G4. I think a very good move by Firouzja. He's forcing Gukesh to push his pawn to F3, and he does it instantly. So the bishop needs to go back now. Because the queen is attacked, and if you have to play a move like bishop E2, maybe takes, it's not particularly great. So bishop G4 is like kind of tempting you. He goes F3, and now we'll go back, and I think knight C4 still. Knight E3, knight D5 is what we want here. That's the plan. Just making sure we have the timers as well here. Gukesh is thinking for his move. Guys, today Gukesh's prep looks very sharp. He looks super well prepared, and it's getting ready for this big fight. And there we have the clocks as well. Awesome. It's interesting when a rest day comes in, how a player spends it. I'm pretty sure that Gukesh tried to find to do something physical sport. He's very, very much keen on doing something which will help him stay in good physical shape in general. Um, but I'm not so sure, like, how much time do you dedicate to your opening prep? How much time do you dedicate to your other things for the event, like just going out, playing some sport, and so on? Okay. So once again, Alireza is thinking. I don't know what Alireza is thinking here. Is he thinking that should he give a check here on b6? Not so sure. Bishop e6 seems like a no-brainer. But maybe he's thinking about bishop d7. Guys, what is Alireza thinking here? Samaira Taneja says, where is Amruta? We miss her jokes. Well, she'll be here very soon. Pragg game. We'll get to Pragg's game in a bit, guys. Nandini Sharma says, Sagar bhai dressed up like on a vacation. Yes. Leeches is working now, you say. Aha. Thank you. That means they say we are temporarily back but may have to go offline soon. Interesting. I don't know what's happening, but at least till they are back, we could very well use that and get the board there. Oh, he goes back, bishop e6. It's on the board. And very quickly, Gukesh brings his knight to c4. Guys, this is what we were talking about. Gukesh's preparation is definitely putting some pressure on Alireza Firouzja here. Okay. Let's go, guys. So, knight to c4 played here. I'm going to get this here. And the knight is now aiming to come to e3 and then to d5. That's the plan. Because this is up, I guess we can also get our bar soon, yeah, on the screen. GCT Sinquefield Cup. Tuck, 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 tuck. Add selected, create unique game link. Oops. A move has been made. Knight to d4 and now a4. Well, Gukesh is blitzing out his moves. a4 is on the board. And guys, just updating the bar here. And there we have it. The bars are below the board. Thank you so much, Rakshit Bhai, for building this. And a4 played here now. So Gukesh, actually, I was wondering if Gukesh could play knight e3 here. But maybe a4 is what Firouzja wanted to do. And so he goes instantly a4. In that sense, a4 could have been played here as well. But then you have bishop e3 looking on this square. So knight d4 is an interesting move. If now bishop e3, there's rook c8 attacking the c4 knight. And hence the move that was played in the game, a4. Knight d4, a4. And we have our first contributor on Help Chess today, Sagar Shah Fan. Arey, thank you so much for contributing 500 rupees on Help Chess. Thank you. And Duda versus Pragg. So after knight d4, bishop b7, he goes knight c6. Praggnanandhaa goes knight takes on c6. Bishop takes and is now thinking about what to do. Pretty sure that knight f3 is the move. And nice shirt, nice shirt. Tanmay says kuch bolo. Guys, I was just trying to set up things so that everything's working now on the screen. We have two games, two Sicilians between two players. Let's look at MVL versus Norderbeck. Very symmetrical game. I think has come out of the English opening here. So that's also like this. Black has this setup here. White also goes for that setup. So very interesting. Then we have Caruana versus Samuel Sevian. And Caruana goes for Queen's Gambit declined, but then Ra goes in with bishop b4, bishop f5 check, knight c6, e3, g5, and this is the live board position here. Very complex position because black has pushed his pawns forward. The knight can jump in. The rook has come in here. It's an interesting position. It's a fighting position for Caruana. He will be looking for a win here against Sevian, who is the last seed in the tournament. And then we have Aronian taking on Wesley So. I'm pretty sure Aronian has come with some fresh ideas today, because if he manages to win, he would also move to +2, because Levon is also doing very well in this tournament. And Levon would be looking forward to actually scoring a win. I think it's very important for him to win today, especially him having the white pieces. And for all the people who've been asking, like, can you show us the standings? Let me just pull up the standings so that you all can have a look at the standings. Just a second. And there you have it. The standings, 3.5 points for Fabiano Caruana. Levon on 3 points. Pragg on 3. Firouzja 2.5. Wesley So 2.5. MVL 2.5. Gukesh 2.5. Sevian 2.5. So you have like really 5 players on 2.5. Duda on 2. And Nodirbek on 1 point. That's how the standings are. And after bishop takes c6, Pragg is thinking here. I believe for Pragg, knight f3 is very good, but he's looking at some other options, guys. What do you think can Pragg play here apart from knight f3? Are there any other moves that come to your mind in this position? Oh, guys, do like the stream. We have 3,200 people. Lol says, Sagar sir, I played in the Espresso Defense Chess Club today and it was amazing. Love the efforts you are putting to make chess popular on the national stage. Well, it's not at all our efforts. It's, Espresso Defense is a club, chess club that has begun in Gurugram. And it's something that we've done in partnership with a very, very ardent chess lover, Harsh. Harsh from... He owns a cafe there. It's called Cut Coffee Paste. And he said that I'm more than happy to make this into a chess club. So he named it as the Espresso Defense Chess Club. And we went there once. There's a video. If you just type on YouTube Espresso Defense Chess Club, you will find the video. It's a beautiful space. So I urge all the people who are in Delhi or Gurgaon to go there and check it out. Harshit by leading Innsbruck Open. Really? Wow. 1 second, guys. I need to check if we can actually see how Harshit is playing there. Innsbruck. Is the tournament there on... Yeah, there we have it. Innsbruck Open. Harshit. Oh, Harshit is on 3 out of 3. Insane. That's so cool. Today he beat 2272. And he managed to beat 2006 in round 1, 2088 in round 2, and now 2272. He's on his journey to reaching 2600. And he's gained, I think, 4 ELO points already, or 5 ELO points. So, good job to Harshit Bhai. We are rooting for him. Meanwhile, after A4, Firouzja is thinking here. I'm wondering what is Firouzja thinking, because I do get it that the most natural move here is Rook C8. Just attack the knight. And then Knight E3 must be thinking, so that I have control here on the D5 square. And now, as black getting d5 is impossible right here. If you could get in d5, we would be very happy. But the problem is after knight d5, knight d5, or maybe I should start off with this knight, knight d5, knight d5, knight d5. Oh, oh, that's a blunder. Knight d5 would be a blunder because of knight c2 eventually here. Okay. So I would take it first with the pawn. Bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes. And guys, what is a good move in this position for white? White to play and win. Let's go. Information X says, Sagar bhai, how can I use Chessbase and Mega Database? Well, it's the second link in the description. If you check it out, you can get it from there. And let's see how you guys are doing here. Brilliant job, guys. Amazing. So many of you managed to find this. It's C3. Madhesh, Hemant, Sain, Sachin, Sanish, Rudrashish, Yash, Fahad, Soumya, and Hassan. Amazing. You all found it C3 and you win the queen. So A4 is played here. So definitely not D5, yeah, after knight E3. That's a bad idea. But maybe he will go G6, stopping knight F5 stuff in the future. And then as white, I am thinking, maybe I should go knight D5. Because then I have C3 possible. My knight on E3 controls C2. So you take, pawn takes, and bishop D7. I kick the knight away, C3. You go knight F5. And we reach a position that is interesting. And I think it's kind of even for both sides. Like, I don't know if I should take here. Maybe king H1 is a possibility. Let's say knight F5. Bishop takes. Bishop E3. This would be equal position. I mean, Gukesh could technically try to play here. And there's one major imbalance in this position, guys. What is the major imbalance here? Tomorrow is the first day of my college and I'm so sad that I won't be able to watch the games during class. Arey SM, what is there to be sad? Just enjoy. Hello Nehal, good to see you. Sachin Kumar says, is the database available for Mac? Sachin, in general, the softwares of Chessbase, like not the videos, but Chessbase, Mega Database, Fritz, and so on, are available for Windows platform. So if you are using it on Mac, you can use this something called as parallels and make it use. Yes, the majority is here. This is very important. White's pawns are 4 here, 4 pawns against 3, while black has a majority in the center. So black would be hoping to take his bishop back, maybe push central pawns, and that's the plan. I think technically this is what Gukesh is hoping for from such a position. But look at the time lead. Gukesh has 35 minutes lead on the clock, guys. Wow, that is exciting now. Gukesh really putting some pressure on Alireza on the clock. And then we can also quickly check what Praggnanandhaa is doing. Is he also putting some pressure on the clock? No, actually, Pragg had a time edge here. He had 16 minutes up on the clock, but after bishop c6, he's thinking here. And I think Pragg is also saying to himself, like, why am I thinking so much? What's the reason for me to think? Because it doesn't feel like I need to think so much here. But maybe it's just like he wants to be 100% sure of the plan that he's going to take. Maybe he can just play knight f3, yes. And sometimes such decisions really throw you off, like the momentum of the game shifts. And I'm hopeful that Pragg is able to take a quick decision here. He's thinking. I think what Pragg wants to do is something really offbeat here. And I think I saw some of the moves that you guys suggested. Someone wanted to play knight c4 here. Someone wants to play h4 here. It's always useful to push your h pawn. Could be a move. Oh, Anup Sharma says watching game from TB chess department on night duty, government hospital. Anup Sharma, all the best and great work. I hope that you are able to enjoy the broadcast and also uh, stay alert when people actually come into the hospital. I'm very grateful actually to some of the people here who are doing some incredible tasks for the community, and well, I'm glad that chess is a part of their life. Bishop a6 says Suma. But Suma, what will the bishop do here? In fact, I'm a bit worried that this bishop could get potentially trapped after b5. And also don't forget, knight f4 is very powerful here. So Pragg has to keep all of this in mind. He isn't making his move. Meanwhile, Firouzja is also not making his move. Wow. Firouzja has reached like 56 minutes. Abhay Karnataki says there is an interesting idea that he's thinking in the Pragg game. Oh, by the way, I will go there. Rook c8. We were pretty sure he would play this, and Gukesh very quickly will go knight e3. But Gukesh goes into the thinker's pose here. But Gukesh, you can just go knight e3 now. He's thinking maybe there is another idea which is b3 just in case. But I'm pretty sure he goes knight e3, right? Guys, whenever Gukesh drinks water, we also drink water. Keep yourself hydrated. Where can I see number of moves played? Well, if you see here on the bars, I don't know if it's visible enough, but there is a move counter as well. 15 moves have been, this is the 15th move in Gukesh versus Alireza. So with Gukesh now thinking, we are thinking about knight e3. That's the plan. And let's go to Duda's game versus Pragg. Wow. So Abhay in our chat was saying, can you go knight e4? Because then my idea is c4 and knight d6. Actually, not a bad idea. Because I would have loved to give some discovered attack on the knight on e4, but I can't find it. If knight c3, you can take it back. Knight f4 doesn't look that great. Maybe the problem is queen c7. I attack here, and I don't know if you are in time for, let's say, c4. There is queen e5, so there's no time because the knight is hanging. And otherwise, maybe f4. F4 doesn't look good, right, guys? f4, I was wondering if knight f4 blunders, right? Because of knight d6 check. Take, and then you lose the knight. Wow. Okay, so that's kind of a trap. But then queen b7, and you have this amazing lineup here. I think Pragg isn't happy because after knight f3, maybe there's some move that's kind of pestering him here. He's not happy with maybe d6. No. You just bishop d3. Looks good. Looks good for Pragg. Yeah, f4 Arpit is very, very uncomfortable. That's for sure. In such positions. When could be next Gukesh versus Magnus classical match, Sagar? Well, we have this clutch chess, right, which was announced recently. So maybe there we will see Gukesh and Pragg fighting each other. Gukesh played. Okay, Gukesh made his move very quickly, I believe. And he went knight e3. Pressing Alireza. So Gukesh took what? 2 minutes for his move, knight e3. And asking Alireza now, what is your next plan? And meanwhile, guys, we have a very special guest joining us all the way from the bedroom. Hello, Amruta Mokal, how are you?
I'm amazing, Sagar. How are you?
Well, Amruta, looking very sharp today. What were you up to?
Oh, I had a great weekend. Actually, very different. Maybe very, very unique, I would say.
Your voice is a little bit hoarse.
थोड़ा हो जाता है. Sometimes you cannot control your badbad when you are with some childhood friends and all. So that was my weekend about. So we'll share more about it later
No,
because
I did tell them that we had gone to Karchat and we were there with your friends from childhood who are all still. I think you met few of them when you were 9 or 10 years old, and even 30 years later you are in touch with them.
Oh yeah. No, we had this group where we were busy in our lives, of course. But the best part about all five of us is that we are all in chess in some way or the other. So we're connected with that, and all our their husbands also, of course, some of them chess players, but also amazing. So all of us met, and that was first time in 12 years.
Oh, wow.
I mean, with all 10 of us that
Yeah.
way. So, yeah, that was amazing, guys. What's happening here? Because it's
Amruta,
Sicilian, yeah?
it's Sicilian here.
Unbelievable.
And you know what? Pragg has just made his move. So let's first go there, then I'll take you through this game as well. Praggnanandhaa
He
does
played.
play knight f3.
I just saw that he played a3. What is a3?
He played Alapin, Amruta, but it went through this move order. He went c3, knight f6, e5, knight d5, a3.
Exactly.
And I think the main idea is like d4 is what everyone plays here. But a3, the main point is that you want to go c4 without allowing knight b4.
That's very interesting. Though there is knight f4. So is it like a long-term thing? Is it an immediate threat?
No, I mean, you can go back to b6 and c7 as well.
Otherwise also when you play d4 in general, what happens is that a3 is many times useful.
Yes, and a3 is in general a nice move because it does control the b4 square.
But there is a b3 square where sometimes it can get a long-term problem with the knight on a5. I mean, there are such situations. We'll see. This is very different than a normal Alapin.
And Amruta, Pragg took 18 minutes, 19 minutes for this move, knight f3. quite surprised by his time usage here, but I think he was not so sure about some move for black. Maybe now he is pretty sure and he's made his move, which is the best engine move.
No, because I think he might be confused of going knight c4 as well. Like, you generally feel attracted towards the d6 square, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a move knight f3, slightly unconventional, because even after knight d4, you cannot really. Oh, you can go knight b5 later. That was the decision, I guess.
Yeah, this could be a plan to go here, but also bishop d3 and short castle is what you want to do in this position.
Yes. No, but I like a3 for me is first time. I don't know if you've seen this before or not, Sagar.
Yeah, I saw in the mega database, and this has been played before, although very less as compared to d4. And now we are like in fresh game in both positions, I believe, because guys, we were looking at the chess based board, and to just quickly update about this position, after bishop b7, here the move that was played was knight d2, knight c6. We had Moritzi versus Andrekin, which did continue. Oh, they are following still the Moritzi versus Andrekin game from Title Tuesday, but I think both of them are not aware of it. Meanwhile, in Gukesh game, we already had a new position on the 11th move itself, Amruta. So, very fresh positions today. It's not your typical opening theory, and this is what you want to see, a fighting game. Meanwhile, you can see, Amruta, I'll take you through the opening in the Gukesh game. They went for the Sicilian Najdorf, bishop e2 line, and you have played here bishop g5 in the past, maybe.
Yeah, but without
short castle. Yeah,
because the
bishop.
whole idea, if you can get long castle, then and you want to attack slow and steady.
But here he went rook e1. This very interesting idea to put the bishop back and then reroute his knight from c4 to e3. This is what he did, controlling the d5 square.
Wow. And not developing the bishop on c1, like such a delayed thing.
Yes. And Amruta, now the idea is knight d5 and push the knight away from d4 with c3 and slowly start expanding on the queen side.
Yeah, this is like pretty quick for that matter, no? For white, both the knights looking at d5.
Yes.
And then the bishop on c1 is saying that I will, मैं आराम से I'll look at myself later.
Yeah, I think that there's no hurry, Amruta. Sometimes a piece knows that its potential is there. There's no need to do it before.
Like right now, there's no need to work. At some point in the future, you'll anyway work, and you can get things done for yourself.
By the way, Amruta, look at the time that we have on the clock here. 1 hour 32 for Gukesh and 48 for Firouzja. He's down 44 minutes.
Oh, man.
Meanwhile, Kalpak Tole has just sent 10 Chessbase India gift memberships. Thank you so much, Kalpak.
Oh, thank you. Are they the first gift memberships of today?
Yes, Amruta. Today's first gift memberships, and also a super chat for today. Harsh Tiwari, you guys are my favorite couple online. Big fan. Thank you so much, Harsh. It's very kind of you.
अरे ऑनलाइन कैसे ऑफलाइन भी ना उधर ना
And Amruta, now.
ठीक है, so both the games are very interesting. We have Sicilians first of all. So Sicilia, Sagar. मजा तो आता है. I want to
look at
I want to still
pose of Gukesh here. He is looking like as if it's his move. And meanwhile, Firouzja, it's Firouzja's move.
You know, sometimes when a player is thinking a lot, he might be more relaxed when your opponent is not there on the board, because he feels that he is at least not thinking.
Yeah, and actually, Amruta, Gukesh might be one thinking that if Firouzja is taking so much time, I can be like really alert and think in his time and maybe play a little faster today so that it can really put pressure on my opponent.
Yeah. By the way, what is that Alireza is wearing?
Maybe it's
I mean,
Louis Vuitton, right?
I don't know, but okay, quite interesting. Maybe I saw it for the first time. I don't know if he has been wearing this before,
And we
but
have India's 69th Grandmaster in the chat. Harshit Bhai says that the time
time.
situation is looking shaky for Firouzja.
Oh, Harshit भाई ने देख लिया.
Yes, guys, there's a reel on Instagram of Amruta and mine for from where we met her friends yesterday. But Harshit Bhai Amruta is in Innsbruck and he is playing really well. He's on 3 out of 3. Maybe Harshit Bhai, if you have time, you can just say hi to the chat. And
Audio पे because he's in the tournament, no?
no, I mean he's finished his game today.
Okay.
Yes.
And if he wants to have some practice or something.
Not practice, he'll just say hi, I think. I don't think he should spend too much time with us.
Definitely.
Having dinner, would love to join in sometime. Okay, Arshit, I've sent you the link to join in whenever you can to say hi to the chat and update them about your tournament. Harshit is also recording his games, so maybe they will come up as some games on his channel.
I would like to look at the Alapin thing because I think it's completely new and fresh for me, more than this opening. Knight f3, and what I'm kind of surprised is the computer does think white is slightly better. So the very first question to my mind is, yes, you want to go to d4. I completely get it. Also b5 later because you are attacking the bishop. Black might go back. The question right now is, can you go d6? First question is, can you go d6?
Yeah, bishop d3. Amruta, I just looked at it in some time ago.
Okay.
And then take knight e5. I can castle my bishop.
Oh, you're looking over there. Okay, this looks very powerful. Like, it will give trouble for black to short castle. The second question is, can you go f5? Okay, maybe I'll just go bishop e7, delay.
D3.
Now bishop d3. Now the problem is, if I short castle, do you have
Yeah, I can first
Greek
play
gift?
c4, Amruta. First. No, you don't. Yeah, c4.
No, you don't have it because g5 is controlled.
Actually, this is very interesting what Amruta just said here. Knight c7. What you want to play this idea of Greek gift, which is bishop h7, king h7, knight g5 check, followed by queen h5. But there's bishop looking here. So how do you prepare for it, guys? What is the move that white can play here?
That's a very good question, and I don't think very easy for the chat. Let's say out of 3,500 people, how many of them can get the answer?
Barkha Bhatia says, you guys look cute together. Thank you, Barkha. That's very kind of you. V is for Valentino, says Amruta. Rockstar Ranveer. He knows some brand that Alireza is wearing on his shirt, on his jacket.
Blazer.
Yes, it's called Valentino.
Maybe that's a sponsor. Oh, GM Virat Kohli is saying the blazer he's wearing is worth 1.6 lakh.
Okay, that's not very expensive, but it's also not cheap.
What? That is so expensive.
Amruta, firstly, let's look at the move that has been recommended by our audience before we get into the discussion of what's expensive and what is not in this world. H4 by Shaunak, Chirag, Tobito, Arya, Deepak, Anu, Muhammad, Parva, Sai, and Raj Daru. Well done.
Ooh, 28. So that's what I mean. In comparison to a normal one move questions, agar you would ask tactics and all, it easily get fatafat 100 people.
Right.
So then you understand this move is not so easy.
But just to explain the point, it's check here, and if you take, I take back, opening the rook. So h4 makes a lot of sense when you have the rook still here, and then after king g8, queen h5, it seems like this is game over.
The sacrifice really works over here. So that's why when white is not yet short castled, it does give him an extra chance of such an idea.
Amruta,
Which short
I have a
castle तो नहीं हो
question
सकता है.
to our viewers.
हाँ ठीक है. मेरे को मत पूछो सवाल.
How should Black, stop the mate here. It's mate in one. Here, what is the only way to stop it?
Very cool.
It's a bit tricky.
Sagar, Ramit in the chat says, we had to do shaky shaky in Vegas. Dhoka.
Yes, we had to do it
Yes,
there.
we did plan it there, but somehow hua hi nahi. But we can do it again also at some point. That's fine.
Ramit bhai, we will do it during the death match between Harshit bhai and his opponent at some point.
Collateral Opinion is asking Sagar Bhai and Amrita, I'm not from Mumbai by the way. How was your life growing up in the 90s in Mumbai? 90s mein he'll grow na, he was born in 90. How was chess culture back then in Mumbai, Sagar?
Pretty good actually. I grew up in a place where there were a lot of inter-school tournaments happening, and it was nice. I was able to play a lot of chess tournaments. But yeah, I think the rating tournaments and all were a bit missing at that point. We could play a bit. Things are improving slowly and steadily here in Mumbai. By the way, the move that has been recommended here, Bishop E4.
How many people?
We have
Only 17.
Mysterious, Srijan, Heath, Srajan, Praveen, Ramprasad, Dharmendra, Chinal, Vijay, and Tamogna.
But also Bishop G5 stops the mate for now. So that is also a right answer.
Not at all, Amruta, because after HG5, it's a forced mate. Whereas
F5,
in
I
the
mean-
other case, after Bishop E4, Knight E4, you can play D takes E5, and it's not going to be a mate very soon because Queen comes to D3 defending here.
Oh, okay. Quite tough, yeah. I mean, the calculations ahead were not easy.
Right. Anyway, these are just for
to
illustrative
understand.
lines where we saw Bishop D3, H4, and some sacrifices here. This is the live board position.
True.
Vancha Gupta says, yesterday was the annual day of my college SRCC. Their father of Vantika was also there to receive the award on behalf of Vantika. She's the alumni of SRCC.
Ah.
I was thrilled to see this IRL. Oh, that's so nice.
Wow.
So nice. Vantika, of course, one of India's brightest young stars. She is India number 5 right now after Hampi, Harika, Divya, Vaishali. And I'm pretty sure she will be the next GM after all 4 of them. Game move has been played in the game of Gukesh versus Firouzja. Goes knight h5. He brings his knight here. A very multi-purpose move here by Firouzja. He's trying for f5 break. Also maybe to sit down with the knight on f4. And an interesting moment here in the game with Gukesh thinking about what are the possible options. I'm very tempted actually by the move knight d5 here, because I want to go c3, but actually turns out that this move is a big mistake. Wow. Because of bishop h4, the rook cannot move, and if g3 here, man, what's going on? Knight takes g3, hg3, bishop g3, attacking the rook. And let's say I try to go here. Knight f3 is coming, but even stronger than that is this move f5, opening up the rook, getting the queen in. So actually Firouzja's move knight h5 is super aggressive, Amruta. f5 is his idea. He wants to get maybe even the bishop to come out. Bishop sometimes goes to h4 to attack the rook. So a lot of possibilities because of this move knight h5. What would you do here as white?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Like I wanted to play g4 also, but then the f4 square is so weak that I don't think I will go for g4 idea. Very bad, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, I understand. So then, should I be fearing F5 or should I say, okay, I'm already prepared against it. Can I
People are
continue
saying
with my
G3.
plan of knight c d5?
No, Amrita, this is bad move. Bishop H4. This is exactly what we were analyzing.
Ah, okay, wait a second. Sorry, I didn't see that move. Oh, then it's a tough moment, yeah.
Actually, a very good move here for Gukesh
G3.
is G3.
But
But
then F5? Oh, yeah, you take and then you have G4. I guess so. Whichever, with whatever you take, you have
Nice.
G4.
No,
No?
no, Amrita, not here. One second.
पर यहाँ पे क्या blunder है? Ah, you will take. I think you have knight F3. Is it?
Even just going back, Bishop E6, GH.
Knight F3 check, and then you take, and then this king is exposed, and this bishop will come on this diagonal. Got it. Quite risky. So Alireza
the
has
thing is,
taken his time in a very deserving way because he's found a practically very good
decent,
move.
very decent idea.
Very
But
good move,
here,
I thought.
Gukesh
No?
has a very good move himself, which is to get rid of this knight, and maybe it's a good moment to ask our chat, what do you do here with white to get rid of the knight on d4? Guys, go for it.
Pranshul is asking if bishop g4, if g4, then directly bishop h4.
Also
Oh,
very
because
good.
takes queen e1 and knight f3. Good thing.
Good thinking. So very interesting suggestions that are coming in. Few people are saying knight e2 and few people are saying knight b5. I'm going to give this to the people who've gone more active, knight b5. So kudos to Vaibhav, Cook, Ujjwal, Sachin, Daksh, Chess Knight, Arjav, Tushar and Pragyanshu, because the thing is, you could very well think of knight e2 as well, but it's the same problem, yeah, bishop h4, and you don't want to go g3 because f3 is hanging. But when you go like knight b5, now you have, if bishop h4, you have g3. This time it's okay because after takes, bishop takes, there is this move, Amruta, knight d4, pawn takes, attacking the knight. If you take with the queen, I have bishop e1. But now, maybe just knight to f5. And
I don't know, it looks quite scary for that matter. It might be better for the engines, but practically I doubt if you can feel so comfortable getting into this. Also, I would call it practically, more, better, slightly more having initiative for black. Because it's not easy to find some good moves for Gukesh.
no, but Amruta, it's super concrete. Yeah, if you were going to say, oh, it's better for black and stuff,
Initiative
if
for
he
black.
gets bishop
Better might be a
h4,
little too much.
but if you find knight b5, you are just doing really well as white as well, because now you are, and if he takes here, this is just, even if the bishop or the pawn, this is dream scenario for you. Your knight is looking here, you will play c4 at some point, and then maybe try to play on the queen side with b4, d6 becomes a weakness. So it can get positionally very nasty if black is not careful.
True. How long do you think Gukesh should take time over here? Because do you consider this as a very critical moment?
Yeah, definitely, Amruta, because if he plays any wrong move and Alireza gets this bishop h4 idea flowing, it can become very dangerous. Also, f5 is on the cards. So this is the moment to think, also invest your extra time that you have close to, I mean, before this move, he had close to 48 minutes. Now he has 38 minutes. So just take your time, Gukesh. No need to hurry. We will also look at Pragg's game now to see what are the moves. Whoa, Duda goes knight e7, Amruta. He takes voluntarily the knight back.
I thought voluntary retirement, Lilia.
Actually, there's a nice question here by someone in the chat who said that Duda has mentioned
Yeah.
about
About
Balash.
he's lost the
Balas.
interest in playing classical chess and withdrawn from next few tournaments. Does he really have motivation to play? Or your views?
Actually, I'm not sure about his motivation here, but Duda has mentioned before that it has been tough for him to play chess, classical chess especially, because of I think it was in one of the interviews with Aditya that he was in Poland that he mentioned that he has gone through depression and I think some psychological issues while playing classical chess, so he prefers to play rapid and blitz. I think I have to check that interview more carefully, but um, yeah, I hope that he recovers soon, is able to play. Meanwhile, zincchess.com has sent 100 rupees on helpchess.org. Thank you so much, Zincchess.
Thank you. Yeah, I think anyway, in general, the whole world is moving towards less attention span, less attention, to kind of like you're doing a lot more. So I think people slowly, it's just natural that chess was earlier a 7 hour game, before that adjournments, and now from 4 hours, it is going to go to 3 hours. And at some point, very common would be 2 hours. It's just when such decisions will be made. Like for us, when from 7 it became 4, it was a big decision. Like,
For you, I actually entered chess when it was already 4 or 4.5. So I never played this 7 hour time control.
yeah, no, it was very difficult for 4 hours also because you are used to 7 hours.
Mm.
Of course, earlier there were no digital clocks, so it was about the flag down. तो flag ऐसे ऊपर रहता था. I didn't want to मारे लिए.
हाँ, मेरे लिए लेके आता हूँ.
So it's been a nice kind of a journey. So knight e7 has been played, and once again the question for white is like if white can develop the bishop to d3, a move which we were looking at. Knight d4 is a move which we were considering earlier. At this moment, I'm keen to see knight d4 because if the bishop goes back, yeah, I know I cannot develop this easily because g2 is under pressure. But I'm definitely tempted with the move knight b5 going to d6. The point here is, you see, the engines are very happy, though this looks scary for us. Like, come on, one blunder, and guys, let me see how many people are active and can answer this white to play. Where will the knight go? I mean, I want to see if we can get 100 answers. Or is it too much right now because it's weekend? So sometimes you're lazy, you don't want to type. So, do you think we'll get 100 answers here,
Easily.
Sagar?
Easily.
अच्छा, easily. इतना confidence. Abhay says dream checkmate. Okay, we've reached 64 already. I think. Oh, and we do have Shaibi Binuj, I think.
Yes, many people here joining in.
Wow,
And
we are reaching 100.
knight d6 is a checkmate. We have Shaibi, Shirish, Shoryaman, Shrajan, Simon, George, Lakshya, Chess Knight, Aditya, and Pratik. Well done, guys.
So funny, top 6 people's names started with S.
Oh,
Sagar Shah.
S is just very common, Amruta, these days.
Yeah, very special.
Any prediction for both the games today? Himanshu Jain says, I have a feeling that today both the lads, the Indian lads, are going to win.
Nitesh says, Sagar bhai, you are looking good in Naimer look and Hawaiian shirt.
Neymar, yeah, great, sir.
Hawaiian shirt. Yeah, this one
Wow.
is one of my favorite shirt on him. So Sagar, I was just looking at knight d4, bishop goes back to b7, and for knight b5, the question is, okay, you don't play e6, but the interesting thing is that for black, this knight is going to move, maybe
Knight
g6, f5, oops. And then you are not afraid of the check.
Yeah, because bishop takes, right?
Bishop takes, E takes d6, and we think that, wow, what a pawn. I mean, beautiful, yeah?
No, I hate that pawn. It's doing
Why?
nothing.
But it's on the 6th rank, it's blocked this, it's giving so much space. Itni space. Like, imagine
But
the
Amrita,
space.
the thing is, whatever black pieces are on the board are already very active. The bishop, the knight. So if you have a pawn which is very further placed, it should limit some of black's pieces. Here it does nothing of that sort.
Ooh. Wow, that's a great point. So this guy is basically just showing off.
Exactly.
एक बहुत ही बढ़िया शर्ट पहना है इसने और पार्टी मूड में है
Neymar
मैं
has.
so yeah 97 okay, it's a great understanding by Duda. In fact, Duda's creativity has been so good that even here in like the game with Gukesh was such a masterpiece that definitely if he stops playing classical chess, it's slightly going to be what to say, some like we'll miss his chess basically.
Okay, he'll come back. But Amrita, one of the moves here that knight g6 with the idea of attacking e5 is the plan.
Yeah,
But now what happens is we start with h4.
why
He
not
does go
bishop
knight
d3?
g. Sorry,
Why not bishop d3?
well, bishop d3, knight g6, and you don't want to give up your bishop, right?
No, no, not at all. मतलब सपने में भी नहीं सोच सकते यार.
But now my threat is to take on f3 and pick up this pawn. So
Oh, so queen e2 is not enough. Oh, queen e2, bishop takes f3, g takes f3, knight, no, queen h4,
yeah,
yeah?
exactly. Stopping f4, looking at this square.
And bishop c5, because now there is a, sometimes you are facing troubles with this kind of a line, this kind of a situation where normally the c3 pawn is on d4.
Yeah.
And in this case, it is not there. So you see that e5 is slightly under pressure.
Which is why I wanted to
H4.
start with h4.
But still, knight g6, you have time for h5 because bishop takes f3.
Exactly. h5,
Really?
bishop takes f3. This is what Pragg is calculating. Queen f3.
Knight e5, can I try to
Knight
think
e5.
what is the reason why the engines like that move? Because there has to be an important move right now. Maybe simply queen g3, attacking the knight. You cannot support it with bishop d6 because g7 is in trouble. Then if you have to move the knight, the question is where? Because c4, d3, f3, g4 are all covered. So knight has to go back to
Knight
c6, only move. And now comes h6, I guess. First, or bishop g5. Wait,
I mean, in this position,
just
Amrita,
a compensation, yeah?
it's very good compensation for white because the black bishop cannot move out. G7 is under pressure. I could potentially long castle and get my rook here.
And if queen f6, wait, I'll not stop here.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely right that you shouldn't trust this because now look at this rook also activated and you would like to develop your bishop now. Bishop c5, trading.
Looks good. And also I'm worried about knight a5. Knight, maybe not. I'm not worried. There is no
This
light
looks
square
very
bishop.
good, but actually f2 is hanging, so we can't play. So bishop takes bishop, pawn takes, and Amrita, this is the problem now. For Pragg to actually assess this as
exactly.
better for him because otherwise he cannot play h4 here. So if Pragg does go h4, I think we would be super impressed because look at this, guys. He is down to 57 minutes on the clock. It's not at all an easy decision for him to play this move h4. It's not the only move, but it's definitely a very, very tempting idea.
I think you would be looking at it. One thing we all, like the top players all know, is that whenever the knights are going to b6, g6, b3, g3, These are the moves: h4, h5, a4, a5. You want to kick the knights away.
By the way, Amruta, big news coming in. Gukesh seems to have done something. I don't know what he did, but his move he has played. Let's go there.
Oh, he went g3 and finds a good move. Knight b5 was the best, yeah?
Yeah,
Or both
this is the
were
second
fine.
best move in the position, and I think also a very stable move, guys. Because the main reason for this move being very stable is Black is not getting the move Bishop h4 now, right? Because of the pawn, and f5, which earlier looked like the most tempting move, unleashing the rook, is not easy to play because of e takes f5 or knight takes f5 and g4 ideas. So queen b6 played, getting the queen activated, and now Gukesh seems to be better here already slightly. Let's go, Amruta.
Let's go.
Okay, Amruta is like, hey, don't shaky,
Shanti.
shaky.
Shanti. Shanti.
CFC says thoughts on Kasparov's statement. Just so tired of top GMs demeaning Gukesh achievements. He's just 19. Give him a break and let him improve. Thoughts. Is this what Kasparov said?
What?
This is what he wrote, or what, is it his thoughts?
No. Kasparov did say something like, yeah, there was. Wait, but he did say, yeah, something.
Guys, anyone? I think
Wait, where's my phone? By the way?
here only.
What?
Kasparov said like this. No, he did not say this, guys. Maybe on Twitter you can find
No,
it.
I'll tell you. तू चालू रखना कुछ
हाँ, okay,
बीच में क्या कर रहा है
Amruta is like,
कुछ
"Arey,
भी
I am trying to search. You are also." I think in general, this thought that Gukesh has to be the best player in the world because he's the world champion is not something that I think is um, how I look at it. Because I think the world championship, winning it, is a matter of having few good events, which means that you go like he did well in FIDE circuit, then candidates, and then became the world champion. I think the strongest player in the world is based on FIDE ratings. And it's clear that right now Gukesh is world number 5, so he's improving still. And I think he's also aware of this fact.
oh yeah
Yes,
we can
Amruta.
this is the thing but we have in the chat I mean you don't have to you can just read for yourself basically it's not a very interesting thing I would say everybody I think who is on the top in general is on the journey of their self improvement so they will keep doing their work which needs to be done
Yeah.
and then anyway there's a world championship every 2 years chess is evolving chess is changing
So
so
in
also
general,
to
in
in
general,
general
Amruta,
compare
FIDE ratings are very
certain
fair, right? Like for example, if someone's FIDE rating does reach 28, 30, then they have reached the level of Magnus. Actually, it's not easy to reach there. And the other thing is that World Championship, of course, as Gukesh mentioned in his interview with Sairavan, which was very nice, that he was asked, "Why do you think you became the world champion?" And he said, "I just wanted it more than anyone else." So that was really cool. Yeah, I think, guys, in when we are following sports, every day, week, and month feels like, oh, it's really a lot of time is passing by before something's changing and so on. But my thought is that in the long term thing, like Gukesh, it's been only 8 months since he's become the world champion. And I think it's the phase of improving for him as well to maintain himself. Because it wasn't like when he won the FIDE circuit and candidates, his rating had already stabilized, right? He was also going upwards in the rating graph. So I think this is a very steep journey for him. I think Vincent Keimer also said in his interview that it's not easy to be Gukesh when all eyes are on you everywhere. Um, King H1 played by Gukesh, a good move. In fact, was also possible instead of King H1 to play King G2 here in this position, which was also pretty good. The idea, of course, is like you don't jump Knight D5 because after Bishop D5, Knight D5, you have a queen and a bishop looking here. However, the problem is that after Knight F3 check, it's a double check, and whenever there is a double check, you have to move the king. So King G2 is met with Knight E1 check, and King H1 now I think is a very interesting move because the queen is attacked and so is the knight. What is the only move for black in this position, guys? Not only, but okay, what's the best move black to play?
What do you think? How many people are going to answer?
I think a lot of people have already answered here, Amruta, which is Queen G1. Yes, absolutely right. Look at the speed, Amruta.
Oh, yeah, it's increased like insane.
Aryavar,
Everybody's
Daksh,
activated.
Tushar, Srajan, Pratik, Uday, Chestnut, Abhijit, Maharshi, and Anu. Well done. So King H1, tucking the king on the side, and now preparing the move Knight D5, which could be really brutal. So Gukesh taking this game into a territory which is uncomfortable for Firouzja. Meanwhile, did Praggnanandhaa go H4, Amruta? Let's have a look. No, he plays Bishop F4. The also a great move. He's saying that if you go Knight G6, I'll go Bishop G3, and I'll kind of have this very nice pawn. I'll stop you from going D6. So very important move, guys. Bishop F4 actually a very good move as well. And for all those who are wondering why so much time is being taken in the opening, it's clear that if you are able to
Yeah.
put your pieces on good squares, stop your opponent's breakthroughs, you will have a good position as white.
And actually, because Pragg played something new, right? And if he's not able to, like one mistake, Black has equalized. And he faced this with Samuel Sevian in the second, third, whatever the round number was. It was just a plain simple draw when he was white, and he doesn't want to enter such situations. At least he wants a very fighting game, even if then it enters a draw. So it's a well consumed time for that matter.
Agreed. And guys, knight f5 by Duda. What is the move that you will play here for white? White to play, guys. Let's see. Preetham says I had a lot of respect for Kasparov, but not anymore. Fischer was a better player than him. I think, guys, in general, one statement shouldn't change your thoughts about anyone as a player or respect or anything. I think everyone's entitled to their opinion. And I believe that Kasparov has always been very outspoken. Even when Vishy Anand was playing his world championship matches, like I remember, I was quite young then, and there was the Anand Gelfand World Championship match, and I think Kasparov had made this statement that this is not really the strongest two players playing for the world title and so on. So he's always been very vocal in general.
Yeah. In any case, I think top players would know what to take from the most experienced people, whatever they say. And I think the most important thing which Bruce Lee has said, absorb what is useful, discard what is useless in a way. So that will be known, each to their own.
Yeah. By the way, Amrita, let's see what the chat has been saying. The move that has been mentioned here is bishop d3, and rightly so, guys. I'm very impressed by all the 10 people who actually mentioned this. The problem, or potentially the issue here, which by the way is a very natural move, is that black has a very good move here, which is, guys, black to play. This is how you arrive at what the best move should be. So first you look at the obvious move and then find an issue with it. Kishan Kumar, very good. Abhijit Chaudhary, knight h4 is the correct move. And now there's pressure here. So let's say I take, queen takes, bishop g3, and now a move like, I don't know, maybe I was thinking queen g5, but there's also this queen a4 offering a trade of queens. So the main point being bishop d3 is met with knight h4. So maybe Praggnanandhaa finds this move h4, Amrita, to stop knight h4 from coming in. We have a super chat, yes?
Yeah, Shivansh Tiwari has mentioned if the title today lacks prestige, it is not because of Gukesh's performance, but because legends like Kasparov have chosen to undermine it instead of supporting the next generation. Chess is suffering as FIDE itself is divided.
I mean, I don't know if we need to be so, because well, in the statement of Kasparov is also the fact that Gukesh, after becoming the world champion, has not. I mean, he's not the strongest player in the world. So
Through rating, I think,
yes,
as you mentioned, 28, if 2830 is the thing, or if the rating is the thing to determine, then that is definitely there. But it is just a starting journey.
yeah.
Like, I think it's a.
But the people, because of Magnus, have become used to seeing the world champion and world number one being the same.
No, but the question is it's changing. The chess era is
Yeah,
changing
but
so
that's what I'm
much.
saying. That
I mean, you cannot just isolate this fact on the side when the whole things are changing at the end of it. From the opening preparation to the tech and second, everything, the chess world, tournaments, the
yeah.
formats, new formats,
No, I understand all of that, but I'm saying like
back to
people
back
are used
tournaments.
to seeing, like, because of Magnus, that he has dominated being the
Yeah,
world champion and world number one. And I personally think that when Magnus became the world champion, it was 2013. So he just became the world champion a few days before his 23rd birthday. So he was very
five
strong.
five years
He was
late
5 years older
late
than Gukesh, and I think that if that same amount of time is given to players like Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun, who are now who have spent like couple of years at the top of the world of chess now, because I think in 2024 they all hit like top 10 in the world. So it's been 1.5 years now for Noderbek, uh, Pragg, Gukesh. Now Vincent has just made an entry into top 10. Arjun reached 2800 last year. So then, if you give them some time, you will see that they'll stabilize, they'll start dominating the sport. But otherwise, it's just impossible to think like someone gets stronger overnight. It's not.
in general. I think Suzanne also had replied to this tweet, by the way, so which was there. But I think in general will it helps to look at the positive things for people in general, so
Yeah, I mean,
and to take the
but
criticism
I don't even
take the
think,
criticism
Amrita,
where it is.
it's not even positive or negative, I feel. It's more like it's a point of discussion. And for me, it's like this is a very interesting point where people are
But
saying that
no, you can't have a discussion where exactly, or as you mentioned, like Magnus was 23 when he became the world
yeah,
champion.
this
And
is the discussion.
so is it like, oh, you should not become a world champion if you're 18? Then by the
No,
way,
I
you
mean,
you kind of have done whatever it needs to be done, no? At the end of it. So like yeah, Suzanne mentioned that Gukesh is a deserving world classical champion. Period. He went through the FIDE candidates as an 18-year-old, the youngest in the tournament, and came out ahead of big stars like Fabi, Hikaru, Nepo, Firouzja, and Pragg. It was not his fault that Magnus walked away from his title. If we as chess community delegitimize his title because he did not beat Carlsen, then we need to do the same for world champions after Bobby Fischer, since he also walked away from his title. We cannot have different standards for players we like or dislike.
No, I think doesn't delegitimize, but I think when Fischer gave up his title in 1972, I was not there, and I don't know what happened
Where were
back then.
you?
I must be alive in my previous birth, perhaps.
If you will.
But the thing is,
Reincarnation?
at that point, I'm pretty sure that when Anatoly Karpov became the world champion in 1975, a lot of people would have spoken about Karpov as not being the strongest player in the world. But you know what Karpov did, Amruta, next? For the next 9 years, from 75 to 84, he completely dominated the chess back then. He won every single tournament, I believe, back then, and defended his title against Korchnoi in 75 and 78, both these times, and yeah, became. Then now we know, after all these years, we now know that Karpov was a legend, but he had to prove it. I'm pretty sure that in 75, no one told him, "Oh, you are a legendary player." So it takes time, and I think that's the same that's going to happen with all these youngsters. Magnus has really upped the bar.
Yeah. I think what Magnus did was definitely something even Kasparov didn't do it, right? What Magnus did.
I mean, in general, like what?
Like the kind of chess again which was evolving in the 15 years over year to stay to play uh,
Yeah.
so
I mean, I
many
think both Magnus and Kasparov dominated
so
in their
everybody
own.
does their own thing, right? At the end of it, everybody is contributing in their own way. Like imagine Gukesh becoming 18 and becoming a world champion, inspired so many youngsters in that sense. Which only you can do it if you are a world champion at 18, which nobody is that way. So yeah,
Yeah,
is
I mean,
that in that
for me
sense.
personally, Gukesh becoming the world champion or people saying he's not the strongest player in the world does not delegitimize the title in any way. The title itself has never mentioned that it's like cricket, you know. In cricket, there are these ICC rankings, and there is the team that wins the World Cup. They need not be the same, right? Like, I think the team which has played the most consistently gets the ICC rank of number one, while the team that wins the World Cup becomes the World Cup champion, like so on. So that's how it is. We have a few super chats, Amruta.
Oh yeah, I was
Maybe we
just
can go
looking
through
at
them.
Laksha Narula Super Chats Goran Ivani Sevic won Wimbledon with a ranking of 125. He did not face Sampras, Agassi or Federer. Did that make him an undeserving champion? No.
Yeah, interesting point, Laksha. I still remember that event where Ivanisevic won. Then I think he took off his shirt and went to the stands, and he was
Oh,
this.
when was this?
I don't know. I was a very little kid, and I remember he was a left-handed player and used to serve really big. But if you think about all the great players whom we remember in tennis, like Sampras, Agassi, then the next generation Djokovic, Federer, Nadal, and so on, I think the name Ivanisevic doesn't come like naturally, right? And in those names. So clearly, it's not about one title. You have to also prove your longevity in any sport to be to be kind of remembered as a great of that sport. Like for example, in any sport that is the case. So yeah, for Bukesh, it will be something that he has to prove. It's a journey that's ongoing.
Bharat Super Chats. Hi Sagar, kindly talk about Sultan Khan, something that only the chess world knows. If not possible now, please ignore this message, maybe next time.
No, Sultan Khan, an incredible name in the world of chess. I I can't really say everything precisely, but if I have to summarize it, it's like he was at his peak during 1920s and 1930s. That was the time when the rule was Britishers were ruling India, and at that point, Sultan Khan was actually he was working at the home of uh, kind of a important person in India, or there's some name to it, and he decided to go to UK in London, I believe, and Sultan Khan went with him. I think never really trained in chess, goes to London, becomes the British champion, then beats Capablanca, who's actually at that point
Wow.
uh, the world champion
Wow.
at that point.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
think,
Capablanca also very, I mean,
or
such a,
maybe Alekhine was the world champion, but Capablanca was one of the best in the world.
yeah.
And Sultan Khan is like this raw natural talent. And who taught him chess? Who made him get better and so on? So that's very interesting. And he got the honorary title, Amruta, GM title from
Yeah.
FIDE
And
recently.
you have written a very nice article, right, about him on
I think
Chessbase
Daniel
India.
King has written a book on him, which is
Oh
available on
yeah.
Chessbase India. You can check it out.
What creativity that guy would have had, right?
Yeah.
To
I mean, in general, just a genius to have learnt everything on his own. By the way, knight b5 is again a beautiful move by Gukesh. And I think, guys, these are the things, like you need to make one good move at a time, step by step for Gukesh. And I think his path is very clear. He has to make good moves, he has to train in between tournaments, he has to keep getting better. And that in that way, he will have a very stiff challenge coming up very soon, in a year from now, where he will have to defend his title, and that will not at all be easy. It could very well be someone from the previous generation, which is Fabiano, could very well be there, could be Hikaru, or someone from the current generation, could be Pragg, could be Arjun, could be Nodirbek, could be anyone. And at that point, Gukesh will have to prove that he is the world champion, and he'll have to fight.
yeah, and I think the kind of pressure he has on his shoulders for this age, it is maybe very difficult to understand for many of the people. It's way more than you can ever imagine. Like you might think, oh yeah, 18, this is a pressure, but then multiplied by a billion times. It's that insane. So I think he's just doing great.
Right, and by the way, here knight b5, and Amruta, we have another. Yes, let's go to the Pragg game, and we have another super chat.
Yeah, it's a huge one. What is Sandeep?
Sandeep, hello Sandeep Sangwan, and by the way, we had h4 Amruta played by Pragg. Pragg
Wow.
finding, and guys,
Let's
another
go.
reason why Pragg is really doing well this year is because he is in top shape. He's finding the best moves over the board. Now attacking the h4 pawn here is Duda, and what will Pragg do? Because all the time there's this threat, Amruta, to take on f3 and pick up this pawn.
Yeah.
It was their last move as well, but I think Duda clearly understood it's too risky to do this.
No, it's not there because let's ask the question. If knight takes h4,
Correct. It's a very cool move. What does White do here? And reading the super chat of Sandeep, he says a lot of people use age as a criteria to defend Gukesh. Carlsen became world champion later because he moved out of the world championship cycle earlier, not because he wasn't good enough earlier. Carlsen already was 2800 and world number one by the time he was 18. True, Sandeep, that's true. He was 2800 at a young age. I think, but still, he hadn't stabilized as the perhaps the like he if let's imagine that in 2010 or maybe 2008, if Magnus would have qualified for the world championship match against a peak Vichy, I'm not pretty sure what would have happened there. So it's all speculation.
very interesting point by Chess Cafe says why only one or two players, if it was rating inflation, why only one or two players were there in 2800 plus? At least 8 to 10 players should be 2800 plus during Magnus's time.
Hmm. By the way, he was not world number one when he was 18. I think Magnus was, I think, 19 when he turned world number one, but not sure. We need to go back in time. I think 2009 was the year when he did it, but could be 18 years and few months. We have chat chess moves here, and yes,
How many
guys,
people found
Rook
it?
H4 is the move. We have close to 50 people who have found 42. Dipyaman, Pancakes, Raviteja, Saurabh, Nishant, Mohan, Shreya, Dhanush, Mr. Random, and Hajmola back.
अरे
H4 check.
हाजमोला के बारे में कहानियां बहुत सुन ली है.
So that's the reason why Queen Bishop E7 has been played here to now attack this pawn once again. You can push forward, Amruta, or you can. He doesn't even push it. He goes Bishop D3 and he tells Duda, firstly, if be my guest if you want to take here, but after take, I have this very strong move here, guys. White to play. What do? Go for it.
Dinesh has super chatted. Magnus is happy with his decision. Gukesh agrees that he's not the best and is trying to improve. It's everyone else who seems to have a problem.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's the right thing. Gukesh has never mentioned he's the best
Yeah.
player in the world.
And actually, it's a great thing that you have something to also strive for, because right now also when Magnus got tired of also playing the World Championship again and again, it's you've handled that pressure so many times. I mean, of course, there are many other reasons, but like 6 months are just given to World Championship. Yeah, not easy for 5 years.
Correct, and I think Gukesh has a lot to learn, lot to improve. So he is having his good journey in that. And Harshit Chaudhary becomes our 2594th believer on helpchess.org. Thank you, Harshit Bhai, for your support.
Harshit bhai every day, yeah. He's also like Harshit Raja at least comments or joins us. He's also help chessing.
Thank you. Mamruta, more than 50 people have found Queen G4 here.
Oh,
Incredible,
no, this
guys.
is a good number, guys.
Dipyaman.
These are give these such kind of numbers which make us very very happy.
Dipyaman, Srijan, Sai Charan, Shaibi, Nishant, Anu, Mohan, Ayush, Ankit, and Shaunak. And Amruta, the main point here is that after a move like G5, which looks pretty strong defending the bishop as well as attacking our own bishop, there can be, I mean, I can just drop my bishop back and your bishop is trapped with G3 coming up later. But I can also sack here, and after G takes H4, I have Queen G7 attacking the rook. The rook needs to move, and now Bishop G5 attacking the queen later can go Bishop H6. It's a killer.
Lots of calculation, but is favoring white in most of them.
Another way to look at this position, Amrita, is to take on F3, queen takes, and then take here, because now you no longer have taken the knight. But even in such a position, something like Queen E4 followed by long castle and would be a very good compensation.
True. No, I think white. I like Pragg's position for sure, like without a doubt. Akshay Natu super chats. I hope Gookie continues with Paddy Upton. He would train him to become stronger against such scathing attacks and focus on becoming a goat himself.
For sure. I mean, I think working with Paddy helped Gukesh become mentally stronger, and I'm sure their association would be continuing. But overall, yeah, this is the thing what he mentioned. Like, you have to walk through the path of fire in order to become better. And also, Amrita, what was that very interesting saying by some movie? I think it was Guru who said, like, if people are talking something negative about you, then maybe you should know you are doing something important or something like that, which is very interesting. We have another super chat.
But also, I think Gukesh has mentioned in one of the World Championship interview during the tournament that he is able to take the criticism, um, like in a way, in a positive way, whatever it is. So I think in general, it's right now, what, as I said, I think the best way to look at it is absorb what is useful, discard what is useless. It doesn't matter who says it, just how you feel about it. Because to reach such a top level, you need to be honest with yourself. What are the things where you make mistakes and how do you improve on them? So if right now also he's thinking how does he improve, this is the attitude he's going to have. So he's going to keep working on it, whether somebody says that, whether nobody says that. His journey just going to go on.
By the way, Srinidhi has sent a helpchess.org contribution becoming the believer of Indian chess. Thank you,
Ooh,
Srinidhi
thank
R,
you.
for sending 500 rupees. We have Alireza moving his knight to d7. This is a very complex strategic game, guys, because Alireza has a knight in the center. Gukesh can think about chopping this off, but after ed4, slightly uncomfortable with his knight on e3. Where to go? The bishop on e6 controls both the squares, so maybe not a good idea to chop this off. But then you think about forcing this knight away. Unfortunately, the bishop drops in as an unwanted guest, attacking the queen, and then the f3 pawn is hanging. So can't even push this knight away. So then you're thinking to yourself, what do we do? And maybe therein lies the big challenge. Actually, there is a very cool move, Amrita, here. Oh, he goes rook a3. I love it. How quickly Gukesh is playing. He has a 22-minute lead on the clock, and a very strong move here, controlling the b3 square and preparing c3, in my opinion.
Ooh, Gukesh loves rook lifts
Your move,
generally.
Amrita. मुझको भी तो
Lift
लिफ्ट
करा
करा
दे,
दे,
थोड़ी
थोड़ी
सी
सी
तो
तो
lift.
लिफ्ट
After a
करा
long time,
दे.
I'm seeing a rook lift in Gukesh's game, but I'm quite happy to see that. Beautiful positions on both the boards. Here on Gukesh's board, he has slight edge, but Alireza is not an easy opponent. And for Pragg also, I think the opening we can say has been successful for him. He managed to get the slight edge. He's not into these drawing kind of positions at all. Way far from that. Black is not yet able to consider castling. So it's both the games have good opening. Maybe I think I'll read a final this super chats. Vijay says every champion is the goat of their time. Kasparov was, Magnus was. Time to move on, even if you don't like how the latest championship was won. Definitely not saying Gukesh anywhere near being great, but give him a chance.
Yes,
No, but of course
he'll
he's
take
also
time.
great.
He'll take time.
I also disagree. Of course, at 80 to win the world championship through all
No,
those
he's
means, he's
great,
of
but
course
not
great.
greatest of all time yet.
Vin says member for Min became a member for 14 months.
Thank you,
Arey.
Vin. And also, he's just said he's in India, so he can't super chat. So, Vin, thank you for your message. And
Nice.
if you are in and around Mumbai, please do let us know. Would love to meet you. You can write to us at contact@chessbase.in.
Anuj Sharma says Sagar Bhai and Amruta super chat missed. Oh, did we miss a super chat?
Could be Amrita.
We can go to OBS and just have a look. Very sorry for that, but Anuj, maybe you can just reply in that super chat so that I can also read it again in the same super
No, I
chat.
think we can find it here. Anuj Sharma says it's just a viewpoint, as if glass is half empty or full. Also, instead of keeping thoughts open, it would be great if they say Gookie isn't best, but if he works on, he'd go well beyond. Yes, this is a very balanced viewpoint.
Yeah,
I think this is the
perfect.
true representation of the situation as well. Um, but then again, like, if you say something, and this is actually true, if you say something which is very direct, it gets more views, it gets more discussed. So I feel like people do lose their objectivity many times, and I think that happens in everything. Like, for example, even when I'm commentating, there are many times like I'm like, oh my god, what a move. And just sometimes it's like, I would love if people appreciate the move more, but it may not be the best move. but I get super excited. And the same thing happens when people are asked for an interview. They try to say something through which more people would watch that interview.
No, it's also, I mean, sometimes whatever they feel, they will say in an interview in general. If they have that feeling only, they will be saying. And it's, I think everything can be put in a better light, in a better way, in a more positive. But yeah, that's how like in general in the world, we can't control that. But I would if you ask me, then that would be more preferable to hear. Those kind of thoughts where there is also given how to improve or things like that, and then it is said in
In
a
a
more
more balanced way.
lightened way, not completely yeah, that way. I think it's important, so that's why it's important. That's why again, observe what is useful, discard what is
Amrita,
useless.
okay, I
That's
understand.
important.
This is your
So let's
saying.
I keep doing, I mean, at least it has helped
This
me.
is your very famous saying, yes?
This is not mine, this is Bruce Lee's.
But you have.
No, I have extensively. It has helped me so much because you can filter out what doesn't connect with you, but you use it. You don't make it like an egoic thing in a way, but you're very aware, and that's where I said top players, they know where to improve and they accept that. They just have to accept to themselves. I don't think it's about the world anyway.
By the way, Amrita, we have 2596 believer on helpchess.org. Arindam Basu has just
Wow.
contributed 1000 rupees. Thank you so much, Arindam.
Are you had said our goal is 2700, right?
26.
2600. Oh, so four people
Four
away.
people away.
And how many rounds to go? 3 rounds. Like today, tomorrow, and that's awesome.
No. This counting today, there will be 4 more rounds, but today and after this, there will be 3 more.
Got it.
By the way,
ठीक है.
Amrita,
And anyway,
G6
I think
play.
we have a lot to analyze now. So we're gonna bring back our focus to deep analysis. What says Agar?
Yeah, I mean, we can analyze and I mean, we have been analyzing. In fact, G6 has been played here, and the knight on F5 has been stabilized a bit.
Can I ask you? First question is like two moves come to the mind. One is H5. And then I think you will go G5, right?
Yes, exactly. I think
And the
H5,
problem is,
G5 is what Black wants to play. So
yeah,
that's why I don't think Pragg will push on. The other move which comes, what else comes to your mind?
you
here?
know, the second move which comes to my mind, whether it is good or bad, I don't know. But I will calculate that in the game 100%, which is G4. Knight takes H4 is, I think, the problem, or Bishop F3. And then,
Exactly, you are right.
like-
Knight H4, and because of this pin,
yeah,
it's quite dangerous here.
easy to discard such a move. So it's kind of a useless move. We'll go back. Then the next one. What are the moves chat is saying? G3 they are saying. Oh, not worried about the pin here.
Actually, G3 is just defending this pawn,
Wow. How
and
does
actually
it
it's the
work?
best move in the position. Kudos to those who found it. But there is also another move, Amrita, which is very tempting to me. I don't know how much to everyone else. Bishop takes knight. It spoils the structure a bit. Actually, I don't know if it spoils because black structure looks nice. But I could potentially go queen e2 now and long castle. So that would put pressure on the d7 point. And yes, this is a very strong bishop. But I think, let's say for example, I don't know what black would do here. Maybe rook g8. I can now go g3, castle long, rook d2, rook d1. Move the knight now when this diagonal is empty. So this could be a plan.
Oh, long castle, I love it because it doesn't look so easy for black to create an attack instantly. It's going to take time to build up. Whereas for white, he's gonna flow.
Look at on helpchess.org, we have Vijay Penemetsa, who's contributed 10,000 rupees.
Oh my
Thank
god.
you, Vijay, for becoming a believer of Indian chess. That's insane. Thank you so much. Very kind of you.
Wow, thank you. Really. Oh, that's a big one.
Yes.
Big one. आज का दिन कुछ तो बड़ा होने वाला है सागर. क्या लगता है? Can we have that one day where Pragg and Gukesh both win their games.
I think today could be possible. At least both are better. And right now, heading over to Gukesh's game, we do see that Alireza is building up the pressure with his knights here. And a very natural question to ask is, can we get knight takes pawn, pawn takes, and I'm very tempted to take here, and this would be an extra pawn, and I think Gukesh.
Bishop f6, 1 second. I'm just
Exactly, Amrita,
considering.
you are right. Bishop f6, attacking the queen.
I mean, Alireza is never going to give a pawn for nothing, yeah. And the most important thing is he looks for is the piece activity. Okay, bishop b2.
And take, because the knight controls b3, you can't have the rook here.
That's fine. Queen b2, rook. कहाँ जाएगा? There's no rook b3, no rook c3, no d3. So you have to go back, or queen a1. I mean, do you want to
Queen
exchange?
a1 takes, a rook takes, and now maybe white can claim a very small edge here because the d6 and b7 pawns are weak.
Yeah, but you are
But
not a
white's-
pawn up. It's equal
Yes.
because b2 गया. हाँ.
Yes, and if, by the way, he comes back knight c3 here, Gukesh, very interesting move chosen by Gukesh, because, you know, Amrita, one way to play here was c4, actually. Yes, it weakens this square, but next move I could jump in with knight d5, but he goes knight c3 back.
I think he is trying to keep more pressure with c4. What I don't like here is you are going into some Maroxibine kind of territories, but you have weakened the squares, which for long term, like maybe the computer finds this okay, but for long term, maybe it's easier for black to play around it, creating a weakness, attacking over here. The
Yes.
knight is just to like, then the knight with c4 also, the knight on c5 is like, ठीक है, my rented place is now a permanent place. You can never kick it away. So I like this move by Gukesh, knight c3, maintaining the tension. Once again, a threat of knight d5 takes, and
Amrita, this
your
is
knight
a
is
very
strong.
key point which you have just mentioned about the knight jumping into d5 here. Because earlier, if you remember, always the black knight was one square away from f6 point to defend the d5 square. So if you remember here, when the knight was on h5 and the threat was to jump to d5, knight f6 was played to stop it. But then now at this point, even if you played, let's say, knight c3 back again, the knight would have come back to f6, right? It was one step. But the moment knight jumped to c5, now it is like two squares away from f6. So Gukesh goes back, and now there's no one who can control d5 square.
Exactly, and I mean the knight belongs to d5 here. Nice rerouting, I think. But the question is for black, for Alireza, you know, who had big aims to go for f5 and attack. At this moment, anything like f5, is it going to work, guys? Because you have a direct threat with knight d5, and let's say if you go back queen d8, normally,
Kill the knight away, yeah.
oh, suppose the knight goes back, then you have normally
Takes
to
a
take on e7 anyway. It's not like it's a decision, you know, it will be a choice. White will know when he doesn't want to take, he will just ignore, because this bishop could be a bad bishop as well, and your knight could be stronger, so it's not necessary that you want to take. Yeah, f5 is no more powerful. So,
It's actually weakening. And so Gukesh's move, knight c3, it seems like you are moving around in circles with knight going back and forth, but it's not, because black's position is also shifting. Meanwhile, we have a super chat here by Anuj Sharma, who says, just to lighten up the mood, Amrita takes Bruce Lee as to take only good things from the plate, as in Fafda Dhokla or Jalebi ke Pachi Handuo. Nice one.
oh yeah, I have not had jalebi for such a long time.
Really?
Okay, now generally in Indian weddings they have jalebi most of the weddings. But I think recently, oh yeah, Vidit's wedding. Vidit के शादी में अप्रैल में खाई थी जलेबी.
Nice.
ठीक है.
Amruta, suddenly.
But I'm sure in the next 2 days I should eat jalebi.
Oh my god. Guys, don't send such super chats by which we are, ordering jalebi and stuff.
No, order nahi. It has to be like hot. तो ही
Oh, you want to now go somewhere and eat.
yeah.
Okay,
So
let's
sorry.
make
But you
let's
also
make-
love Hando, right?
Amruta, let's make this that if one of the Indian youngsters, Gukesh or Pragg, wins this tournament, then you will eat jalebi. Hot jalebi.
No, I don't think I want to depend my eating of jalebi.
No, but let's make it a
Okay, okay, I will do
celebration.
that. I will do that.
It'll be fun.
Oh, but that, and you know what? The last round is on 27th, which is actually the first day of Ganesh festival.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's interesting. Looking forward, guys. Come on, Guki and Pragg.
It feels tough for the youngsters to win because
Nahi,
there's
nahi.
this guy
नहीं
Fabiano
नहीं.
Caruana who is just crazy.
अरे पर मेरे को जलेबी खानी है ना.
तुम खाओ, but Amruta,
So it
but
depends on
Caruana
how
doesn't want
strong
you to
is
eat.
my will to eat jalebi.
Not yours. Caruana might stop that. Caruana will say, "Oh, Amruta wants to eat jalebi. I need to win Sinquefield Cup."
You are saying that Caruana from US knows what a jalebi is or even cares. Like maybe he knows there is something in India which is called as round and round and round and stop. But right now he's saying I want to be unstoppable.
He's playing well, Amruta. He's half a point ahead. He's now actually seriously putting pressure on Sevian with black pieces. Look at the king on d2. e3 check is in the air. The rook is well placed. The knight is super. I think Sevian has to be very careful.
By the way, jalebi is the perfect example of how not to get inspired with. Because it says round and round and round and stop. But you should never stop. You should always keep going. So jalebi khao and keep going.
Guys, this today we are missing Amruta's Hathi Cheeti jokes, the elephant and ant jokes. Amruta, do you have any for today? Because this joke which you cracked was not that funny.
No, this is much funnier, Sagar. I think Hathi Cheeti on weekends are generally
Taking off.
relaxing.
By the way, Pragg did snatch the knight on f5, and I think Pragg's decision is very interesting because, as we discussed, he's going for this kind of long-term initiative with the pressure on the d file.
Because I couldn't. Sharat says कल तो हाजमोला था आज जलेबी.
Yeah, a lot of interesting food stuff happening here. Food based India, guys. Meanwhile, guys, this position, while it's clearing up and we have clear stuff of what's happening, I think for Pragg it's important to be accurate. He is thinking whether he should go queen e2 and long castle or knight d4, sacking the g2 pawn, which could also be potentially very interesting. Look at this. You take here, I go rook g1, you go back, bishop b7, I have maybe queen h5 and long castle. Suddenly the knight is active, the rook is active. It can get very, very exciting here. Going to Gukesh's game, in this position, Firouzja went back queen d8, and you can see Amruta Gukesh has 26 extra minutes on the clock.
Oh, move number?
We are on move 20, so maybe time-wise they are okay, but
नहीं काय का okay. Firouzja has to make 20 moves in 22 minutes.
yeah.
Okay, but that's his normal. Like he's generally charged up when the time is low. Like not unlike the mobiles when the battery is low. So it doesn't work. Super.
I want to play c3, Amruta, so I am tempted by knight to d5 move here. with the idea of playing c3, and you can see how these four knights are all just completely,
Yeah, they are.
with each other in the center.
Football is happening over there for sure. But white's knight on d5 is a perfect example of when a knight is powerful and cannot be kicked away by a pawn, then its value increases, and so many times it can get stronger, even more than the rook. Anu Sharma is saying Sagar and Amrita, Gujarat's Nashto or Mumbai's. Don't forget Navratri is on its way. अरे हाँ, नवरात्रि में सागर डांस करना है क्या?
No, Amrita, I think general.
I think you were, because I thought you were falling in love with dance.
Yeah,
now.
I just
Like
dance without any particular occasion. But guys, if you want your chess to dance and go to the next level, then check out the first link in the description, and also
oh,
in
you
the
mean you
pinned
put our
comment.
shaky shaky dance?
No,
First
no.
link in the description.
It's Chess Mood membership, Amruta. 1 month free membership of Chess Mood, premium membership for them to find some amazing courses, amazing videos, lectures, and they can really get strong.
Absolutely, and as I have also mentioned before, it's not a new website or anything.
It's
It has
8
been
years old.
and also with a super amazing content which has helped lot of players, or like the clear cut difference in their levels. So many of players have thanked the material they have used from Chess Mood. So yeah, Avitik, who is our very good friend, really has done a hard work job over there. I mean, it was definitely
Hard work or job?
he's done a lot of hard work over there. No, I mean such grandmasters who are dedicating their life so that people can learn in the best possible way to package something to make it down, and they have to give least number of time but learn the most. All of these things are require more effort.
Amruta, right now it seems like Leeches has maybe stopped working. They were saying that it might stop for a bit. So guys, we may
Some
have
work,
to.
huh?
No, they have, maybe it's something has. So we can have this for now till it comes back. You can tell us, guys, when will it come back?
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, when it comes back, tell us. Raj Thakkar is asking, what's the outfit? Sagar is dressed like he's in Goa, and Amruta is dressed like she came from a dinner party. Yeah, what's the outfit? We had gone to Karzat with our friends, and it was a very rare situation, in fact, this kind of a thing. My childhood friends, but then we're all from the same chess world, I would say. We played tournaments in childhood, stayed together, and then after we all got married in the last 12 years, I think it's the first time we all of us met at once for a weekend stay. So
Meanwhile, Amruta, Pragg is taking a lot of time. He's down to 24 minutes. Duda 35, and I think Pragg needs to play this very smartly if he wants to have any chances to win this position, because his advantage is not like substantial, and Duda is super tricky. To trick him here won't be easy at all.
okay, why do you say so? Because the king on e8, though it is like super in shelter, you see the center is closed. Whenever the king is in the center, what is the thing to do? Blast open, blast open. So, but Pragg can't. Only thing is the rooks cannot connect. The development could be slow, but then there is this open file.
Knight d4 by Pragg. He's giving up the g2 pawn. He's sacrificing it.
Oh, so but what if takes? Because now if you go rook g1,
Yes.
the bishop moves. Where do I go back? Maybe bishop d5, let's say. And now h4 is also hanging. I don't know if Pragg has any plans like Rook G7, Boom Bam, because now comes Queen H5 with the idea of Queen F7. Just look at this. Queen E7, and then what's the winning move if there is any?
Let me think. I think in general, Amrita, the bishop on h4 is trapped, right? So if we can get like long castle and get pieces flowing.
That's a great move. Long castle is definitely a great move. And White has many great moves. Another one is Knight B5 trying to reach finally that D6 square. I think it's a dream square for this knight. So definitely a nice. But these are the kind of things Pragg is getting attracted with. Only thing is, if you take here, Bishop D5, Rook G7. The only problem with this move, guys, black to play, you cannot easily find it. But let's see how many of you can still try. Maybe none of you will find it. It's a very difficult
Black
move.
to move, yeah.
Very difficult.
Oh, by the way, Gukesh has made an error, Amrita. We need to check it.
But can we first? I've asked a question.
Yes, for sure. The move here that has been found by few people. Very good job actually by three of them, it seems. Nitin Kumar, Laksha Oja, Chess Knight, Shreyan, Kishan, and Stavia. The main point here, Amrita, is bishop f8 hits the rook and gets the queen in after queen h4.
Yeah, and you cannot go back with on g4 to defend a pawn. So you are losing another pawn as well. Very good move. So this is a problem. I'm sure like Pragg would have seen bishop f8.
Yes. And meanwhile, Amrita, Gukesh jumps in
the
with the
other
wrong knight.
But why is it such a big problem? Because, it feels like somewhere you have opened up this bishop. You are going bishop e3. You are attacking this pawn.
I think
why would this be a problem?
Two moves which are really problematic here. One is because the knight was controlling the f5 square. Now f5 becomes the real possibility. Although I'm pretty sure that Gukesh has calculated this and found that it's okay for him.
What's okay? Like you have to take on f5, yeah?
Yes. Take on f5.
F3 is weak.
Bishop f5 now. f3 is weak and c2 is weak. But you can jump in with takes.
Knight d5. Oh, bishop c4 check or
and
knight?
Now is the question to our viewers. White to play. What's the move here?
How tough is it?
Very easy.
Oh, okay. Got it. Food with MC says, thank you for these streams. It doesn't make me feel alone while grinding late night during exams.
Arey, keep going, guys. Keep going. The thing is, if you are doing something worthwhile, there will always be challenges in your path, like we see in the path of Gukesh, Pragg, and all these youngsters. But the most important thing is, you need to keep powering on. There will be good days, there will be bad days. But you need to keep moving. The thing is here, if you kept moving, you would have found the right move here, which is queen takes d4, pawn takes the e7. Queen is hanging, and let me see how many of you found it. 35 of you.
Whoa.
Shubham, Aditya, Sanskar, Abhi, Sachin, Anu, Hassan, Ankit, Abhishek, and Muget Soup. Well done, guys. So the reason why this move is bad, and which I think Alireza needs to really be on top of his game to find the move, is knight a6. That's super tough, but the point becomes quite clear once you see it. The idea is to come knight b4, Amrita, to attack the c2 pawn.
He will find it because c3 is not happening anymore.
Correct. That's why you needed the other knight to go in so that you can push c3 here. But after bishop a6, ba6, now you can see that black's position has improved. You have lost a very important light squared bishop here. Your light squares are weak. So if knight a6, I'm pretty sure Gukesh will be in trouble, but that also shows if Gukesh misses a move, it's very likely that his opponent also doesn't find it super easily, Amruta.
That is true. This we have seen so many times that one person misses a move, the other also does that. And knight a6, firstly, if we decode it, if Alireza finds it, it is incredible because it's a backward move. You're taking the knight back and then coming to b4. You are understanding that f5 is not the move to be get tempted with as of now. You understand that how the c3 knight is becoming a problem for the c2, all these things, and then you have to also assess correctly, Sagar,
Yeah, but
in
once you
less
see
time.
knight a6, you get it. The trouble is to see that move, and Alireza is about to make
Oh, what do
his
you
move.
think?
I
Guess,
think
can we
he's
go to
going
full
for
screen?
it. Maybe Amruta is going for it. Let's go full screen.
I
But
don't think Ukesh has seen even now because the way he's walking, he looks pretty relaxed,
very confident. Yeah, he's
very
looking.
confident. Yeah, it feels like he's already in a winning position for some reason. That is the feeling I get. These walks won't find it. Chat. Yeah, what do you think? Will he find it or not?
Alireza has 15 minutes on the clock, Amruta only.
Oh,
The
that pressure also. So sometimes it helps, how, Sagar? So, because if you when your intuition is strong and let's say you've seen the move, you don't deep delve into
finds
it.
it.
Oh,
Finds it, and look at Gukesh. He comes back to the board. Is he surprised there? He writes knight a6 on his score sheet, and now I think he has to be a bit worried about this move. It's surely the best move. It's amazing, guys, how Alireza Firouzja is one of the best in the world and is showing his class here.
yeah.
Amazing.
No, this is in an incredible find. It's
Yes.
not nothing to do with immediate tactics but just the understanding which he has shown, classy. Doesn't like we there is a huge possibility that time could have played a role for him to go for f5, his style, but he could switch.
Yeah.
And Gukesh expected f5. I think he needs to think here. I don't know what the best way to continue is. Like, do you go bishop e3, knight b4?
Actually, now
But
that's
yeah, but we also, by the way, people are saying Pragg's game also some error happened or what?
yes, actually, Pragg also has made a move which was a little bit not the best. So if we go back here, after knight d4, Duda was not tempted by this pawn. He said it's too risky. So he went queen c7.
Oh, he trusted Pragg, yeah?
And now f3, Amruta, is maybe the best, blunting this, or queen d2 to long castle. But Pragg goes queen h5.
And if long castle, then like
He
this
wants
one
to
I
win
did
the
not
pawn.
consider that black is going to do that. But then bishop g2,
Yeah, I mean e7. So maybe
Queen
first
E7,
bishop c5. And then putting pressure here. I
long
think
castle.
Black has excellent counterplay here with rook g8, long castle. So suddenly Pragg's position, and Amruta, this is what happens. This is what happens when you are playing these top players. One small inaccuracy, and then your chances of winning go away.
Yeah, because I think if the knight and light square bishop gets exchanged, no, sorry, the knight and the dark square bishop will get exchanged, you will enter an opposite colored bishop. And at that point of time, not sure who will it favor, whether it would have had fizzled out. But Duda definitely managed it.
Not yet, Amruta. The game, let's see. Next few moves critical. Duda has 28 minutes, Pragg 22. Duda is known to turn around things. He did it with Gukesh. Can he do it with Pragg? Meanwhile, Amruta, Ananya Miglani has contributed 3,000 rupees on helpchess.org.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Ananya, for becoming a believer of Indian chess. A 2598th believer, two away from hitting 2600.
Yeah, and today we got Vijay also who contributed 10,000 rupees. So amazing believers today, Sagar.
Yes.
On Help Chess.
A lot of people supporting wonderful things that are happening in Indian chess. And, one of the things that makes me believe that chess is growing is, of course, what happened yesterday or day before when we were streaming at 3 a.m. in the night, and 7,000 of you, close to 7,000 people, were watching it live. And also, Amruta, today while we were traveling by train, so many people actually came to us and said,
Oh,
we
yes.
follow chess and we are enjoying what is going on. So,
Yeah, there were so many. It was very surprising
so
because we were also going to Karzat. Like it's a little bit of a outskirt, not towards the main
which
city.
is nice to see that people are
Yeah.
following chess.
Yeah, all those who do not stay in Mumbai and have no idea about Karzat, it's a beautiful place. Can visit, definitely worth a visit.
And we have Amruta Caruana, who has also made a mistake. Maybe when you
What?
started talking about jalebi and stuff, he was a little bit worried. He should have taken here with his pawn, but he takes with his bishop, and now there's a check that could come in. King f8, you want to run away with your king, but check here. King comes to g8, and maybe check king here, and rook f1 would be very nasty. Meanwhile, Pragg looking at Gukesh's game there. Amruta, I'm a bit worried for Gukesh. I must tell you this. After knight a6, I don't think his position is easy, and this sometimes happens with Gukesh, that he makes such a move, and then it's not like the move in itself is losing or something, but the tide starts to turn, and he makes one error and then another one, and then before you know it, his position has become quite worse.
No, I don't think he will, get into that sort of trouble here because highly complex position, more time on the clock, and also with Duda, the way he got kind of he got out of that trouble which he had, plus the creativity. I am pretty hopeful, but let's see. Alireza is like maybe the most critical round. I feel for Gukesh at this moment.
Hmm. By the way, guys,
Ravi Lochan is saying you guys need to get in touch with Neeta Tai
take
and get your coverages on Jio Hotstar. मुझे समझाई नहीं कौन your viewership and subscription will go astronomical, sis.
yeah, this is something which we were always thinking about. Maybe your viewpoint is quite interesting here. Would love to know what the chat thinks. Do you think, Amta, can you come inside? Like, तेरा आधा चेहरा है हमेशा.
But I think crop किया है ना तुमने इधर.
नहीं नहीं कुछ crop नहीं. We takes on a6
crop
now.
किया है. Easy पड़ेगा.
He takes on a6. Alireza has to save his time, needs to come back quickly, make his move. Yes, he's there. So my question to all of you is, do you think that chess going on OTT platforms is actually a step in the like right direction or in the upward direction or not? What is your take?
No,
Yes.
yes. But
But
I
I
think
would-
when people who are watching YouTube, their review would be very different because they want to watch on YouTube, correct?
Yeah.
So, but let's see.
But,
You should put
also,
a poll for 2 minutes.
Saurabh
maybe.
Apte says added another barrier. Okay, that's very natural.
Chess Knight says I like it here because we can interact better over here.
Interact, and also, of course, it's much more easy to be here. But of course, I want to know what are the benefits. Like, maybe bigger reach is what people say. But often, guys, it's not so easy to discover those things. They have to promote the OTT platform needs to promote it.
And
then
also YouTube is free.
yes.
Like over
I mean,
there,
of course, that there are free programs and stuff. But the question, Amruta, then does remain whether people are watching it there or not. So, by the way, I had one small thing, Amruta. We have 2599 believer. 25th, 99th, Vijay Kumar MD has contributed 2599. Wow.
Oh, that's
That's
a
such
good
a
amount
smart.
because he can also remember that he was 2599th
Thank you.
believer here.
Tanmay Devi says accessibility is the key. Every mobile has YouTube installed by default. Easy to reach. Critical feature. Yeah, I mean,
Rohit says OTT platforms introduce lots of complications for the organizers. A lot of money to pay to platform for presumably lower viewership.
Hatti Chitti won't be there on OTT then, Amruta. Okay,
And
guys.
also Hajimola.
I mean, of course, we cannot have this kind of relaxed stream if it's OTT, and of course, we don't have it when we do also official streams. This is like our own stream, so we can do it the way we want. But I think the more important question to ask, by the way, Bishop D5, excellent move by
Man, he's
Alireza.
played all the good moves.
No, it was natural, Amruta, because if
So
you take with the
basically-
knight c2 is a fork here. So Gukesh is forced to take with the pawn, and you can see that
Yeah,
how.
oh, that's the main problem. Like when you realize that the d5 square, most beautiful square, had to be taken by the pawn.
Correct. And now with rook c4, which is a very simple move defending the knight, and also here you can't play b3 because c3 hangs, and then f5, f4 could become a reality. Gukesh's position does lack that spring, or you can like that. What do you say, Amruta? That zing is missing.
Zing chess.
Zing is missing in his position.
Okay, can I not? I don't even find a way to defend c2 so that I can move the knight from c3. It was so important for this knight to move to d5. Knight e5 became quite a big positional error.
Right.
In a way, it's a positional mistake, but also rook on a3 because of the knight on d4. You have to get rid of the knight. You have to take it. Only then there's some next things which can be found.
Look at how Alireza is now starting to move quickly, finding again the best move. That is why he's a tough opponent, guys. He might be low on time, but once things start flowing, he starts seeing the best moves. It's not easy. And now Gukesh, his knight cannot move because c2 hangs. Like, you would love to play knight e4 and c3. If that could, two moves you could make, you would be better. But then you can't do that, so knight can't move. If the knight can't move, the rook is doing absolutely nothing on a3. f4 is just too weakening in my opinion. So maybe the best move now for Gukesh is to take on d4, but Gukesh as a player would never make bishop d4 move. Like, I think is the best engine move, but Gukesh will not play it because it's kind of accepting that you would get worse. What?
We have 2800 followers. 2600.
Oh,
Sachin Nimbalkar.
not followers, Amruta, believers.
Oops, sorry, believers.
2600 believer on helpchess.org. Sachin Nimbalkar, thank you so much, guys. Today, beautiful day. We've managed to hit the goal for the tournament. We started with 2, 5, 6, 7. I think 33 were the believers
Something around
who
that.
contributed here. So thank you. We've done it in 6.5 rounds. Actually, 5.5 rounds. It's amazing.
Wow.
People-
Sachin ne shot
Amruta-
mara.
Yeah, Sachin hitting the final six there. But today we had big contributors. We had some really big amounts that came in on helpchess.org. All those who are not aware of it can check out the website. You will get an idea. It is to support Indian chess youngsters and players. Sachin. Then we had Vijay Kumar MD.
And Sachin also
contributed.
gave 2600. I think this is nice. Vijay Kumar 2599. Ananya Miglani 3000. Vijay
Penemetsa had 10,000 rupees. Arindam Basu 1,000. Srinidhi 500. Harshit 100. Zing Chess 100. Sagar Shah Fan 500. So we had close to 10 people contributing today. Thank you all. Each and every contribution matters. Last year in 2024-25, we managed to raise 1.6 crores thanks to this, and a lot of young talents were actually supported because of your contributions. So thank you. By the way, Amruta, right now Duda seems to have gone wrong. It seems people are saying Duda mistake. Let's go there.
Oh, what happened?
Wow.
Bishop F6? Okay, he finds some creative ideas. Sometimes they don't work, but they look very beautiful.
It's actually very interesting because Duda is essentially saying to Pragg that I am winning your pawn on e5. If you take here, I'll take on f4. I'm very happy. You can't
And knight
castle.
c6, b takes c6.
You mean
long
here,
castle.
right?
No. Earlier. I
Yeah,
mean, in
here.
that. I was telling over there.
This one. Okay, sorry. Take.
Long castle.
You can't go. You can't go long castle. You need to
So
go
sorry.
short.
I think मेरा short circuit हुआ, so very sorry.
But now, Amrita, the best move for Pragg seems to be either to come back with the queen, defending e5, which is natural,
Or
or
knight
taking
takes.
on c6. You can't take with the queen, you lose a piece. Or do you? Because you take with the queen.
Yeah, you do.
I was wondering if this makes sense, and then
Bishop e3. F4. Wait.
f4, and now just a very simple move, guys. White to
Oh,
play.
okay.
Would you like to try?
Nice defense.
And Amrita, we have 2601 believer Priyadarshan Soni. Thank you, Priyadarshan, for becoming a believer of Indian chess.
क्या बात है? The journey from 2600 also begins.
By the way, Amrita, we had asked this question about OTT and YouTube.
Oh, yeah. I
and
wanted to read
on our
some
chat.
comments.
Very heavy
Discussion
in
is
favorite, very heavily favored in YouTube.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, Music Fab is saying you guys engaged a lot of audience because of the casual and funny way of coverage. In OTT, it would be more formal and boring. So it's interesting that, sometimes, like earlier, people want formal. That was the thought. But now I think because of YouTube, the way it has become casual, the way even Samay, brought
I
in
think
the whole
there is this one saying.
lightening up situation that changed a lot.
But
Yeah.
there is one saying, right, which is like things which have helped you to reach somewhere at some point may stop working. So you have to be always alert. So maybe at some point the serious kind of very high quality streams or production will start working for chess as well.
No, I think the other way around. Such high quality production will be there, but it needs to be lightened up because until it is very heavy, it is for the mass. You cannot have a 4 hour, 5 hour very intense stream which is so heavy. I don't think that's going to work. That was going on, yeah, for years and years. It didn't work.
Yes.
I
Okay.
don't think it can work. But Keshav is saying,
But Amrita, very quickly now, after we need to be on track. There is Caruana who's now in trouble. We saw this move. Queen g5, king h7. Oh, he put his king on h7, not on f8. Rook f1 is very powerful. Will Sam Sevian manage to beat Caruana? We'll keep an eye here. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa needs to make a decision. Queen e2 or knight takes c6. Both give him an advantage here, at least a slight advantage. But he needs to move now. 17 minutes for Pragg. They're on move 16 only. They need to make 24 more moves. Meanwhile, we have a 2602 believer on helpchess.org, Kumar Avula, who has been contributing.
also super chatting.
Yes, thank you, Kumar, for your contribution. And what is up with Gukesh here? Gukesh, meanwhile, after Rook c4, hasn't made his move. Time is 14 minutes for Alireza, 30 minutes for Gukesh.
No, but if he doesn't take on d4, then I don't see a move for Gukesh to improve.
Yeah.
So here Bishop f6 and Pragg is thinking down to 17 minutes, going towards time pressure. Both the games are getting super intense. A very interesting viewpoint of Ashish. YouTube especially good for viewers outside of India and NRIs, etc. Yeah, because OTT doesn't open everywhere, and most of the people are saying interaction is the biggest thing here on YouTube, Sagar.
Clearly, we also enjoy that a lot, guys, to interact with you. But I guess when it comes to, at some point, when chess will reach millions of people, then the model has to change. So we don't know where this will head, but let's see. Let's keep flowing. We have some interesting point here. Also, YouTube is built to sustain large viewership. We saw when Jake Paul fight was streaming on Netflix, it buffered so much for just 50,000 concurrent viewers. Interesting.
Because they are not ready for. But no, but cricket gets like crores of following, no?
Yes, but not on Netflix, right? It's on this.
Hotstar, yeah,
Yeah.
got it. Yeah, there can be dual broadcasts.
Whew.
Renish is saying I'm watching from Antarctica along with penguin friends, which is very nice. I hope that they get to, because when chess started even in the Soviet times, it was because of the cold. So imagine penguins playing chess. Okay, just to imagine it looks good.
And Amruta, right now, Firouzja versus Gukesh. Do you think suddenly, the thing is, Gukesh's position got worse and Pragg's position got better, and we are not so sure what will happen today. It's
No, I
actually
would
now.
not. Okay, let me tell you one thing. The engine is evaluating as what? Oh, bishop takes d4. It evaluates. Oh no, he doesn't.
See, Amruta,
Now
I told
look,
this.
the evaluation look for bishop d4 minus 0.34.
But it's not a
it's
Gukesh
shifting.
like move because it simplifies stuff.
Now there was minus
23 is like
0.8, which
Gukesh.
is Gukesh, which is active. You are attacking the rook, and you are also asking how do you support, because the first important thing which comes to your mind is queen c7 looks the most natural. You also want a rook to get over here. Again, you cannot move the knight. And now Gukesh, oh, but look at Alireza. How is he finding these little, subtleties?
Yes, because Amruta, the thing was, if you played queen c7, my idea was to take here, and if you took with the rook, you would lose this key pawn. I mean, it's not so
But
important.
no, but you can take with the ed4 also, because e7 is protected, and now c2 is hanging.
Correct. And so now takes here, but in the end, this is attacked. So, I can
Where
even
do you go with your
sack
knight?
here right now already.
Oh,
because if you take here.
tactically it's not. Wait, queen e1 check?
Yes, that's true. There is still a lot to calculate here after queen e1, king g2.
And then
d
d takes
c3,
c3.
and the position is around equal here.
Yeah, this may be.
But
rook e8,
the main
not-
point here is queen c8. Now, if you take
Hmm.
rook d4, you can't take here. So it's actually
Oh.
very helpful in general, this move queen c8. And guys, Alireza is stepping up the heat on Gukesh. Gukesh under big pressure down c file, knight on d4 well placed.
So also now the threat is revived by black. He is attacking the f3 pawn because the queen is on d3 and c8 is protected. Let's go to Pragg's game and knight c6, d
Oh,
c6.
he took. That's the best move, Amruta. He took, and now just come back queen e2, and then go long castle, double down the d file. I think Duda's entire idea with bishop f6 has gone wrong.
There's an interesting question which comes to my mind. Something like if you long castle and give up the e5 pawn and try to find some compensation because this king is in the center and d8 is controlled. Do you think?
Oh, that's a great point. The bishop takes bishop. Let's do that.
I wanted to play g4, but unfortunately queen f4 is happening if I go g4.
Yeah, now rook at e1, basically. Just get the rook.
Okay, check. You have
And
if you
king
go check.
b1.
Oh, it's a blunder.
Yes, because now e6 is hanging and the king cannot go anywhere. So maybe
Oh, for
instead
king
of-
f8 there is. Okay, it will be over with rook on 7th rank. Got it. Oh, then this is very tempting.
queen f6. And by the way, he goes for your idea. He is tempted. He's
Oh,
tempted, but it's not the best move, guys.
what should he have
Long
played?
castle, queen e2, just defending the e5 pawn.
But then long castle, no? Black looks
Exactly.
like he's got rid of all the problems. His king is now safe.
But here, Amrita, you go g3, bishop e7 or g7, wherever, and now short castle. And
Oh,
you go this side, he goes that side, and white is better here according to the engines.
I
But
would anyway prefer what Pragg played. It's so practical. Look
it's
at
very
this.
practical.
You've
It's
given
very
the pawn, and your rook is perfectly in the center. I believe.
He takes the pawn. He takes the pawn.
Let's.
Amrita.
Oh, important moment. Can we go full screen here?
Let's try and go full screen. And yeah, I'll try to get the board. He takes on e5.
Queen e5. Oh, Pragg is ready
Actually,
with his move.
Amrita, there was also another move instead of taking on e5 to play bishop h6, but okay, it didn't happen. Queen e5, and he
Rook
plays
e1.
it. He plays the same idea here, which we were talking about. And only move for Duda is queen f6, which
He will find. If
pretty
it is the
sure.
only move, he will find.
Pretty
Just
sure he will.
he'll be a little careful. I then have another question after queen f6, rook d6. The threats are unstoppable. You have to go king f8 or
No,
king
there's
g, queen
short
g6.
castle, Amrita. Don't forget.
Oh, I did forget.
And then your king can tuck
Rook,
itself on h8.
rook e3, no?
Yes, rook e3, king
F4.
h8, right? And I can come here and I'm fine. So actually speaking, Duda needs to find couple of accurate moves here, and he shouldn't be tempted by any checks in the position, which is queen f4 or anything of that sort.
Yeah,
So
Pragg
queen
being
f6.
pragmatic is GN.
Maybe not, yeah. Queen e2 was pragmatic. Here he's being risky. He's taking the risk. He's trying to see what his opponent does. Meanwhile, Gukesh versus Firouzja, we have queen c8 and no moves by Gukesh yet. So very quickly heading over back to Praggnanandhaa's game.
Yeah. And an interesting point Anuj Sharma had mentioned about the OTT wala thing. It's like going to corporate life after doing business, following rules and orders of others, makes people not open up naturally.
I agree.
One another
Is
perspective.
there
Yeah.
anyone who is in favor of OTT? Because I want to know those point of views as well. There is several point of views against it, which I am actually of the similar opinion to you guys. But if someone has opinions for OTT, it might be very interesting as well. Queen f6 found.
Oh, not much time taken. Duda down to 17 minutes. Pragg has 13 minutes and at the position according to the Dhokebaz meter is unclear.
Hmm.
But what is it according to you, Sakarsha? Like such a position, if you were playing with black, what would be your feeling like?
By the way, people in the chat are saying for OTT, it's about money. Guys, I think many of the OTT platforms these days just say, okay, we are not sure if we want to broadcast chess. If you want to do it without, like, we won't pay you. So I don't think there's money as such. But maybe when they want it is when money will come. So when they would want chess to be broadcast there, then there's a lot of money. So not now, perhaps. Or maybe it's too soon. But Rook d6 played the move that we were talking about. And I think Amrita Pragg has misplayed his position, because after short castle, rook takes c6, yes, he gets back the pawn, but like rook a c8, and it's so easy for white to play now. There's no attack. King on
You
h8
mean
is
black to
safe.
play? Easy to for black
Yeah,
to play.
sorry, easy to play for black. So Pragg definitely.
Oh, short castle also found by Duda. In fact, there was a moment right now where he just had looked at the in the air and had a very slight smile on his face. I think he felt the comfort of his position, maybe because the kind of Pragg went into this because he felt there is going to be a lot of pressure on the black king, and for Duda, he feels that now he's out of the pressure. How two people think differently. It's more like that. A battle of perspectives.
Yeah, he takes on c6. Guys, not so sure if Pragg is playing this for a win now. Maybe he also sees that, oh, I have a majority here, and if I trade queen, say something like, I don't know if he's even thinking in such a long term direction, like playing this end game and thinking I could potentially be better, but it's too much to think in those lines. Uh, for now, it's equalized, and meanwhile, Gukesh down to 20 minutes, Amruta.
Oh, the time difference is also gone, and then the advantage is also gone. Okay, that is not a good sign. One thing is there, we also get to learn so much from so many different perspectives in the chat
Oh, for sure.
about, things which can be uh, confusing or need a survey. Fur and Fun says you can even create your own OTT platform and produce documentaries about chess players.
Correct. Rook c8 played.
Oh, exact same things are happening on the board. They are playing like Duda is playing perfect chess again. But
Duda,
yeah,
Duda is just proving that he's very good player. Even though he just maybe he says that he's not feeling good about classical chess and all of that, he still keeps finding good moves.
yeah, he was at another level in a way. If not for that, in the middle phase of some stagnancy or something, when he would have been very deadly, top three, top five kind of a situation.
And now going to the game of Pragg, Gukesh, and Firouzja.
Prakhar Gupta says things totally changed from an hour ago. Maxime winning, Alireza winning,
What?
Sevian winning, Pragg drawing. Like, I think not just in these two games, but everywhere else also.
Oh, Amrita, Gukesh finally takes it. You know, the thing is, Gukesh is now like, okay, I must take that knight. It
Yeah,
was
because
too strong, and now goes back. But then maybe if we did it like one move ago, the queen was on d8. Now
mm,
it's on c8. Maybe it's even slightly more in a preferable position because it can come
yeah.
here, it can
No, black
come
got
here.
this one extra move. That's why Queen D3 became a problem. It did not help White's position in any way. Of course, he
I
realizes now,
think
but
it
important
happens
to.
with Gukesh many times. I've seen this. When he gets into a bad position, he's still very ambitious and he plays certain moves which makes his position even worse. And then he fights back many times. Um, but yeah, this is actually big trouble for Gukesh. I must say that to hold this will not be easy. Alireza's play is simple: f5, f4. Let's go.
Also, it's to Alireza's style, no? He's not going to not play F5. Next move, Alireza plays F5, Sagar. Okay, but wait a second. If Gukesh gets this entry with Rook B3, Rook B6, there is play. I would not say that there is this position is without any counterplay. For a resourceful player, some ideas exists. At this moment, there is a bishop, but it needs to come on some good diagonals. I don't think there's much over here, but maybe with f5 and e4 ideas, these are also the possibilities. Anuj says the main goof thing about OTT is promotion, as in ads in other programs as well. Usually, normal peeps watching OTT are non chess audiences. Ah, that's also a thing. What about f4 after f5? That's a good question because normally that is the concept so many times that if f5 is played, f4 is the next move. But for black, because he is able to put his pawns on the light squares, I think maybe here the best way to continue is still to maintain that tension, and at the right time you can play e4 over here and have this bishop on this lovely diagonal with super pressure. Just works. Oh, f5 has been played. So Alireza in the last few moves, since he found knight a6, so this one chance, and he shows that it started with 22 minutes, like it started with 15 minutes on the clock, and all these moves, look at him, just flowing, yeah. After, oh, rook b3 very quickly played. Yeah, Alireza on fire. Very true. Must agree. In the meantime, Duda is thinking. Rook d6 goes back. I do still think Pragg has some practical ideas with later some g4 break. The rook, if it is able to come on this thing.
Amruta,
Or is it too fantasy?
can I break your dream?
Oh no.
Yes, guys.
Oh no.
Look at this.
Let's ask them.
What's the most direct way to draw here? I think Duda may not even do that, or maybe he
No,
does
I think he will do it because he's not going to fight for a win here. It would be so non-objective.
Sanskar Jaiswal, you are right. Take on c3. Takes. Queen takes. Now attacking the rook. So you need to go king d1. Only move. Check. Now, king e2. Oh, he takes it. Amruta. It's on the board.
Oh.
Praggnanandhaa's hopes to play for a win have ended here. And I'm pretty sure he's unhappy. Guys, this game is heading towards a draw. The reason for that, and I guess you might have calculated, is firstly, Duda must find king a1, queen a1. Check. He finds it. And if you go king c2, you lose the rook when you are losing. King e2 is met with check and you lose the rook again. So then you play king d2, but then I go check. Now the question is, do you want to go even further up? King d3, but then I take with the check and you lose the rook.
Feelings?
And you know, Amruta, in all these lines, you are still drawing with white because of this perpetual that you have.
Acha. But it is then white is the one who needs to give the perpetual. You don't want.
So I think for Pragg, maybe the simplest is just come back and draw the game. GM
Samuel says greetings from Singapore.
Hey, look at Pragg. He's smiling and he's like looking.
Really?
Yeah.
He saw something which was funny. Some calculation. It's so interesting that all the top players, they, with even the calculation, such an intellectual thing, it can bring smile on their face. वो कोट है ना सागर ताराश का.
Chess, like love, like music, has the power to make man happy, right?
Yes. The perfect one.
Anand says, I think it's more of a bemused look. Yeah, like he was like.
Yeah, what is bemused? Is it the opposite of amused?
I think it's basically not too happy. Yeah, like bemused with it. Like maybe it's slight unhappiness, but not too much.
Chat बता देगी गूगल करके. Exact. Ayush says 4K watching at 2 AM is great, Sagar bhai. Guys, like कर दो. कितने टाइम से बोला ही नहीं है लाइक कर दो. ट्रैवल विद निखिल रोशन रहता है तब वो याद आता है because of his super chat.
By the way, travel with Nikhil Roshan, your book is here with me.
He's not here, but we can tell other people.
Thank you. Yeah, he's written a book called Kavitalay, Kavitaon ka Sansar, Nikhil Kumar Roshan. And he's written some good kavitas inside it for Vidit. Look at this. There's an entire chapter, entire poem dedicated to our chess player Vidit here. It's very cool. And I think there are others as well.
Okay, the meaning is puzzled, confused, or bewildered. Of bemused.
Okay, puzzled. Got it. So
Nice one. We learnt a new word today.
I'm always bemused, Amruta, by your amazing ideas.
Like Ravi Lochan says, bemused is a confused, funny feeling. So that does fit in perfectly. Wow.
Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa running away with his king there, but in the end, he will have to take the perpetual because otherwise he'll be 2 pawns down. So we have a check here.
So Harshit Raja ran from the commentary. Pragg's king. I know, guys, it's very tiring. Yeah, one intense round to play. Then the pairing comes up while you're having dinner generally. Then you're already starting to think
Pairing
of.
is already up. You mean who? With Harshit or?
Yep.
I thought in Sinquefield Cup.
No, then you start preparing because. And then sometimes you don't even know what the time is. Okay. Is he? I don't think Pragg is very happy with this draw. Maybe
Yeah.
the decision of Long Castle, maybe it was a lot of overestimation there.
Yeah. No, it was.
But I thought also very attractive decision. No,
True,
initially we
true.
all thought so.
They are not discussing, I guess. Or Pragg wants to talk something.
Yeah.
He wants to say maybe Queen E2 he should have done, but maybe Duda, they will discuss it outside, There's also, I think, an analysis room. Okay, guys, now all focused on the game of Gukesh versus Firouzja, as this one has ended in a draw. F5, Rook B3, Bishop G5, and in comes the move F4. What the hell is this move, Gukesh?
Oh, what chat had mentioned? Chat was asking about F4, but for F5.
No, but what the hell is this move? Because am I not simply winning a pawn here? What does he want?
No, I think Queen E6 somewhere he
No, but
wants.
Queen E6, Queen E6. What?
Not immediate. Wait. Let's try to understand. If he's gone F4, there is
No,
some
I'm trying
thought.
to understand, but I'm kind of completely shocked here with this move F4. I mean, it's a.
I think maybe it is also connected with, sometimes you just change the character of the position.
I agree. I mean, Firouzja
Which,
will now have
yeah,
to be
he has to take time because he was making his moves so quickly. How long has he thought over here? Oh, he had already thought for, he was down to 10 minutes. Now he's
Maybe
thinking.
it's also will force Firouzja to be very accurate in less time. Firouzja takes the pawn, and now the best move is Rook B6. No, he gives check.
I think there is a trap. He's going for some resources, which is about precision and calculation. But Firouzja is an amazing calculator. So
Okay, first things
if
first,
queen
you
takes
must take
E6,
the queen. And I'm pretty sure
why
that
should you must take the queen?
because otherwise you lose D6 pawn and
If king H8, queen D6, and if G3, queen takes G3, yeah?
or maybe just take here, and Rook B6 attacking here and here.
That's a very good counterplay. If G3, H3. It's like the move B3, which is played when the pawn is on C4.
So you take with the rook, I believe, because if you take with the pawn, I don't see the pawn going anywhere.
So, if FG3, E7, Rook E8, yeah? Nothing you get out of it.
So maybe take with the rook, no? Like attack D6.
And is F3 not dangerous?
F3, fantastic move.
Because if King G1... Oh, no, if King G1, F4, no?
Rook D2, right? Game over. Just controlling everything.
So then Rook E6, so how will you play then? Queen E6, you have to go D6. That is still the best try.
Yeah, Amruta, this is actually getting into very dangerous territory for Gukesh.
Wow. Oh my God. But I think Queen E6 was like that somewhere a final try. So was he assessing that his position is in big trouble because of which some counterplay, but if it doesn't work, then it's gone, yeah? This is like just a matter of next 2-3 moves.
Yeah.
We are at move number 30th. This is not a game which is going to go on after 40 moves and would be
Well,
still unclear.
If Gukesh loses this game, Amrita, his chances to win this tournament would be then not so big. Caruana, meanwhile, did escape from a very bad position here. Sevian didn't find the confidence to continue the game. He repeated in a better position for himself. He could have played rook h f1 or rook c f1. He didn't do that, and now we have Caruana still leading the tournament by half a point.
Oh. Oh, wait. One more question is Queen E6 check. If you go direct King H8, then you mean there is a great counterplay for Gukesh, yeah, in this kind of a situation. So this would be a mistake. So for Alireza, it's a only move.
To take, yeah.
Until now, he has been finding only moves. But now, with time going down to 6 minutes, if he reaches 1 minute, maybe some chance. Maybe it's all about using the psychology of time also, Sagar.
Yes, but Alireza just feels it that now he can manage his time, and it's okay to be a little slow. He's got the kind of position he likes here.
True.
Five minutes. Alireza down to 5 minutes, guys. How long will Alireza think for his move?
That's a good question. I think he's looking at the score sheet, he's looking at the position again. Maybe he's prepared his move, but now I think he'll play very soon.
Look at Gukesh
Drinking water.
looking confident, Amruta. He's not like, oh, I'm in a bad position. He's trying. He thinks he has his chances.
If Alireza just starts sensing that, oh, maybe Gukesh has found some resource, it's a very very powerful psychological thing. But Alireza is so experienced; he's not gonna fall for all these tricks.
Very experienced. That's very well put, Amruta. His experience is going to help him here, but he has to believe in his abilities.
एक minute.
4 minutes for Alireza, Amruta. 4 minutes.
Until now, he has definitely played incredible, but now he's gone King H8. Gukesh has got his counter chances.
What's up with Gukesh and his opponents kind of messing it up, yeah, Amruta?
Because somewhere you kind of sense some danger that why do you need to go into a calculation of queen takes c6 ko both the moves, d takes c6, rook takes c6. Even if f3 is the best move, still there's a lot to calculate, and maybe now the time mattered. At this point of time, the time really mattered. So queen e6 check, he goes king h8,
rook b6 now,
which wasn't expected at all, because the last how many moves he played so well, guys. It started from knight a6, which was okay.
By
But
the way,
let's see.
queens are traded.
The only thing, guys, we are not even saying that this is still a draw or anything,
Finds it.
but the chances are much better now.
Chances of holding this are higher for Gukesh than before. There was also a possibility to start with rook b6, but he decided to trade and goes rook b6 now.
जलेबी तो खानी ही है.
And
Rook
Amruta, now
B6.
this is hanging, this is hanging. Yes, you are a pawn down if f takes g3.
Yeah, what if F3 now? Rook D6, F2,
I think it helps to have the rook here, right? So now you can save it.
and you have nothing, no progress.
King comes
ठीक है.
up, yeah.
And if Fg3, if he takes here Fg3, Hg3, on this side where there is 3 versus 1, that's a huge majority. Then there is a possibility for black to consider ideas of going into the rook endgame and bishop d2. There will be quite a lot of takes. You can't take here. Rook e8 would be a back rank mate. But if we talk about such a rook endgame, because if you take here, that would be a mistake. Rook d6 would be a mistake. This rook endgame would be better for black because of the 3 pawns with a nice pawn chain over there, and black is happy. But the thing would be to actually not take and find an elegant move for white, which is white to player. What's the guess? Yeah, very elegant move over here with the theme of back rank. Lichi Singh chat, did Guki bluff? Or maybe he really did believe he was better. No, he would not believe he was better for sure. Look, Alireza shaking his head. No. Oh, yes. Aditya Todkar. Well done. Tod diya. Rook c6. And you cannot take here. This is a check. So this can happen. I don't know if it is even a draw or, black is better. We just calculated some ideas. But let's take here on the practical or the live board. F take g3. It's happening. 3 minutes for Alireza. 8 moves to be made. Gukesh looks confident. He takes back because this was a very obvious move. Why to take a lot of time? In this time gap is one of the thing which kind of reduces the advantage of Alireza, the initiative, the pressure. 33rd move. I might be wrong. I was just saying that until 40 moves the game will mostly be over, but I mean not over in the sense, but at least with the assessment we will know who is winning, but it could go anyway. Why not play c6 by Gukesh? You are saying rook c6 now after hg. No, right now he played hg3. It's black to play. Bishop d2 was the move which we were calculating. Many of the times for rook endgame, at the end of it, it's more about assessing it. And when you have less time, if you don't know whether it's better or not, then sometimes it would feel, oh, do I want to simplify because I was the one having advantage? So it is a decision for Alireza whether he wants to go into a rook endgame or still try to find ways to put pressure. For now, d6 and a6 both are attacked. And for now, he is a pawn up and he's going to play h5. No, he goes h6, which is a good move. Even h5 was a good move. Creating an escape square. Constant threats were about the back rank. And you surely don't want that. So, it's a good move. So now the best move according to the engines is to take the pawn on d6. And this is an important pawn. Letting your d pawn to be a deadly passer. Nicely protected by the knight since a long time, this knight who wasn't doing the best job for the c2 pawn will now show its class here by now defending it nicely and also keeping the defense for the d5. Instead of g3, why not knight e2? Where was knight e2 come? Knight e2. Instead of hg3. Oh, very passive. But 100 ways, no? You can pin this rook e2. It doesn't help you. It's not an active move. This is attacked. You have opened it up later. Yeah, at the end of it, he will make the escape square and rook d6. नहीं हुआ है क्या? He's still thinking. Arnab says after Ugly with the protected passer and the time situation, I think Gukesh is better despite whatever the engine says. Definitely with 15 minutes extra, if the assessment is, let's say for Rook d6, the assessment right now is minus 0.2. With this time, it will go slightly higher because Alireza making a mistake and then this pawn getting dangerous is way higher. But Alireza is so used to and such an expert in making best moves in less time that we definitely cannot be banking on that he will make big mistakes. He's generally in control. He may not find the best moves many times, but he will not lose the control. What I feel, he's one of the best time pressure players, literally. It is getting more and more intense, but at least through the body language, Gukesh is now the one who looks more confident through the body language. Alireza, chess players have the habit to move, to shake their legs. Many people say that, the nervousness does make it happen naturally. But I'm not sure after a point because you played for so many years. Oh, he takes what on a6? Why would he reject the d6 pawn? Because it's a double pawn. Does he think that he's going to win the a5 pawn? I am super surprised with this decision of Gukesh because without a doubt, you cannot compare the d6 and a6 pawn. What is he thinking? Like, let's say if rook c5 and defends, then he is happy because he gets the d6 pawn. If the rook goes to d8 and this defends, then he wants the a pawn. Maybe he believes in the a pawn more than the d pawn based on the rook already placed on d4. As of now, there is a double attack. a5 and d6 both are attacked. But the thing is, for black, once again, this bishop d2 move. This is the whole thing. Go into the rook endgame. Oh, he finds it. And now Alireza realizes that, yes, this might be good. Bishop d2, a very powerful move. Gukesh again in trouble. Move number 34th. The point is, if you take on d6 here, oops, sorry, bishop to ye to mar raha hai. If you try to go rook d1, then bishop c3 and you lose the rook, you don't have time to take it. That also would be a blunder. So you will have to move your rook somewhere. And then if bishop c3, bc3, the whole point is now black can take the d5 pawn. He doesn't have to take the c3 pawn. If this rook was on d6, then the same situation. That's the reason rook a6 is a mistake. He had to do this. And for bishop d2, he had to go active here. Take. Not really. I think I'm missing. Whoa, the defense was not easy. Unbelievable. I don't think it is possible to find for a human, yeah? No, not at all possible. That's why Gukesh played rook a6. Because this otherwise would also be lost if he plays b takes c3, rook takes c3. But with rook c6, if rook takes c6, you're saying that essentially I'm not going to take this bishop. And the bishop is not able to block this because of here the pawn and here the rook, and c7 is happening. Insane level of defense. It wasn't possible. I think I was a little wrong and biased about that, taking the pawn on d6, but knight b5, Gukesh finds the best move, the only move. Any other move moving the rook would have landed him in big trouble. So knight b5. Now d6 is attack. Anything can happen still. Though black is better. Rook d5. That is what Alireza is going to play very quickly. Why is he taking 10 seconds? Oh, he is thinking about bishop takes, knight takes, but white would have been happy. If Alireza would have done this, then white was happy. So rook d5 played, 35th move, 5 more moves to make, and very critical 5 moves, because after 40 moves, if the assessment is in anyone's favor, usually then they have this very good amount of time to convert it with very good quality. Golden Sparrow says when the time is low, Alireza makes the best moves, but when he thinks too much, he fumbles. Exactly. His games are always exciting to watch. These are some players whose games are always exciting, and Gukesh is also one of them. Adarsh is saying, no, I'm not even close to what these players think. Yeah, actually, how many of you are able to, find few moves from the game for both the players? Um, Many times a move matches, or is it like absolutely never? How is it? Let me know. Very keen to know. Now, once again, for Gukesh, where to take the rook is important. He has 11 minutes, and it could feel that you have rook e7, rook e6 to attack the pawn on d6. But the best move, according to the engines, is rook e2. This is important. Uh, to understand, rook e6 doesn't need, because d6 is already attacked by both these guys. And if you go rook e7, as of now, there is no threat, and black can simply continue taking that pawn. Why is rook e2 move so important? Because even if you take on c2, the reason is after this move rook d6, you capture back this pawn, knight takes d6, rook takes b2, because there is a pin over here. You can enter the knight and bishop with drawing chances, but I find it practically very difficult. I'm not at all like even rookie too, though the engines are like okay, it stays in the game, but I just feel it stays in the game for a slightly longer while, but doesn't help. I don't think it helps. No, I don't think Gukesh is shivering. Rook f1. Yeah, that's also question. Whatever you do, the point for black is his next move is clear. Rook takes c2, and if there is like if you take this pawn, then there is g6. This structure for black is very much helping him. This one pawn stopping the two guys, and over here these three pawns with bishop. Rook and games in the end game, rook and bishop is a better combination than rook and knight, and this is such a perfect example to show this. And this time which Gukesh is using to think, you will see Alireza also gets that. So though he has 1 minute 19 seconds on the clock, in reality he would be thinking about this position um, as much as Gukesh will be able to. No, rookie 2 is not obvious. Not at all obvious. I would say normally, principally, rooks are well suited on the 7th rank. In fact, they are the best on 7th rank. And it's very hard to get an entry on the 7th rank, usually. And in endgame also, when the rook is on 7th rank, there is always a drawing mechanism. You know, you can threaten to win this pawn and check, 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 check. So, rook e7 would be a very important practical move to consider. Oops, here. Rook e7 would be an important move to consider, and that's what he is thinking about. Because if you take here, we were looking at rook d6 idea, but imagine I want to also see what if check, without check, maybe rook a7. The problem is your king is so weak that you have no time also. You see the rook on 7th rank is threatening back rank mate for the white king. So there is no time. And that's why rook e7 is not a good idea. Yeah, that's why rook e2, when you are pinning the bishop, it is helping that such threats are not happening. But I think Gukesh does realize that he is in big trouble. Does realize that. Pawn to c4 is another question. I like the way you guys are trying to just consider a counter attacking move as an intermezzo. Very good question. Yes, you can take over here, that's there. But there is also a good idea which you take the knight, take, and then you have won the piece. Very good question, guys. b5 to d6. Yeah, your knight takes d6 because you are saying bishop e1, there is knight c8, but then in the end there is bishop takes g3. And the reason why the bishop is going to help in the endgame, that it's a long range piece. Very quickly it can control such a pawn from a long diagonal, whereas for the knight to stop these pawns not going to be easy. Like if it is on this side to stop, then you at the same time cannot progress with these pawns. So knight is a slow piece. And that's where in the end game, with pawns on both the sides of the board, bishop would be way stronger. And this is all you can learn also in Silman's Reassess Your Chess, Silman's Endgame. Very good books, guys. Very good books. Lot of books are there now on imbalances. In fact, Ramesh is also imbalances related book is there. Rook d1 is a question. Oh, he finds the best move. That is a good thing. Rook e2. And now Alireza is prepared with his move. Rook takes c2. Most natural continuation is like, why should I think this is move number 36th for me. Four more moves. I hope Gukesh is prepared with his move because otherwise Alireza will get more time in hand. He takes the d6 pawn. That's still his best chance. All the moves he's playing are best, but yes, the position is worse. Yet you have to find the best moves in whichever position you are. Sharad said, what I found, if blunder is avoided, 500 to 1500 jump can be fast achieved. Exactly. That's where the guidance is always to solve a lot of tactics to people. They work on opening, just doesn't matter. Play the perfect opening, but then you're going to make so many blunders, and it always has to be the other way around. Okay, now Alireza is thinking, is why is he thinking b2 has to be, yeah, exactly, taken. At this moment for white, the move may not be so easy because you might think there is a fork here with knight c4, but then there is a check and you easily get out of the pin. And then the bishop will be moved. Black is winning in such a case with 3 versus 1. 2 pawns up and the bishop endgame, nothing here. If he takes this f5 pawn over here, once again you give a check. Yes, you've lost 1 pawn, but once again 2 versus 1, that should be winning. Now the computer is saying the best move is to, that's why, stop these threats of rook b1 check and go king g2. So that you are threatening knight c4 and winning the winning material. So for black, he needs to get out of this pin. And bishop c3 looks like the idea. He goes king g2. Good move by Gukesh. And this position which we will land into, knight f5. The lucky thing is this pawn remains on the light square which the bishop cannot attack. But the 2 versus 1 and bishop, technically it feels like it should be lost for white, but engine is saying minus 0.4, which means that it could also be a fortress because you put your pawn on the light square. Let's say he goes king h7 and you go g4, and in such a scenario, if there is a passer created, yeah, it's still complex practically, at least. So the game is going to go on, guys. We were very wrong. After 40 moves, this is 39 move, by the way, and bishop c3 played by Alireza. I'm glad that, yeah, king g2 was played because it does enter into this endgame where Alireza will have to technically, yeah, great moves by both of them. Just the question is it going to be enough? 41st move by Gukesh. Knight takes f5 and he gets up from the board. You need a break after 40 moves. You have to go to the washroom, you eat something, you kind of just, the intensity comes back to equilibrium. And Ali is also drinking water. I think many times you want to make a move and then take a break, but sometimes players are okay that they've also gone from the board and some time goes by. It's a draw. People are saying it's a draw. Sese would also say, can anyone check? Wow, is it really a draw, guys? That is a real question. The way the engines show right now, it should be, but is it really? Sandy says, how to improve after tactics are trained? A lot. And blunders are completely avoided, like 1700 ish. I don't think 1700 ish make blunders are completely avoided, but I think you have to improve the dynamic understanding. That is the point right now you are at, to understand the dynamic advantages and pieces in the deeper sense. Is Gukesh calling the arbiter? No, 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 guys. He won't call the arbiter right now. There is no reason. The arbiter is like, it will be a wrong claim. Then he will lose his time. Vishek is like, stream should not end without an Hati Chiti joke. So knight f5 ke baad, now our time is there because we have also got time to analyze whether it is really a draw. Guys, let me know. Like, I feel that this king coming forward is the most natural move. I'll try to make some natural moves. Maybe g4 now. For black, maybe king g6. This is defended, by the way, the g7 pawn with the bishop, so there's nothing to worry. King f3. The king will go to g5. This is isolated. He's going to go for attacking that. Or maybe not even necessary. Yeah, the king, can it go to attack the a4 pawn? And for white, if he does king e4, ooh, that would be a big blunder because this will be attacked. And if I go back, then it's a good move. Only good move. Black to play. Let's see how many of you would be able to find at 2:38 a.m. We have 4,500 people, and there is a winning move for black here, which is the thing which Gukesh will have to be taking care about. Wow, we have for such a move. We do have already 20 people finding the answer, which is so good. So good, guys. h5, deflecting. You can't take, you lose a piece. And if you move the knight here, defending this guy, you can again try to threaten into going into king pawn endgame. Because look at this. This doesn't work. Bishop e3, king e3, king h5 were already a pawn up. That's why it doesn't work. So h5 would be winning for white, for black. So you have to make sure about these subtle tricks here. King f6, king e4 is not going to work. King f6, king e4 is not going to work. That's a blunder, which means that for king g5, h5 threat, you have to take care of your knight. Now, if the knight goes anytime, king pawn endgame is lost because black is a pawn up. And now black is saying, let me go towards the a pawn because I know that the a pawn is the biggest enemy of the knight in the endgame. Which means, oops, sorry, king e5 to blunder ho gaya because there is a check here. Oh, but look at this. The funny thing is, even with the check and you're winning a piece, white is not winning with a piece up. Wow, man. Crazy. Too good. Because you will collect this a4 pawn. Too good. That is the level of pressure here. So, knight f5, knight e3, king, not king e5. So for me to reach a4, not becoming too easy. Like if king e6, now king e4 because now you're not worried about king g5. Fix the clock. But if we are analyzing, it will right now not show. And I know, I think they have only, when Alireza makes a move, it will set on its own. So king e4 here, and then the king goes to d6. Oops, sorry, that's a blunder. Bishop c3 is the safest to keep the bishop over here. Then you can again go knight f5 because the king is not coming to g5. The king is not coming to d6. Not easy to reach this side. Don't even try going king d7 because king d5 and now this king is happy. So is this a draw? What if we keep a simple calculation? Knight f5, let's say bishop को इधर से निकालो. King f3, king g8, h7 doesn't matter. G4, king g6, no, g6 now. Yeah. If g6 and now if black is trying to create h5 as a passer, oops, गलती से mouse slip हो गया guys. Gh5, gh5, and this position is also a draw. I can't believe. Then so there is no plan then. It is actually a draw. Will require a lot of accuracies like we have seen in rook endgames, we have seen in rook bishop versus rook. It's a little bit that type of a situation, I would say, because in this situation, it's like towards the very end, one big error and then it's all over. So huge pressure now Gukesh will have to sustain, guys. He will have to sustain huge pressure from Alireza, who is going to try his best to make sure that one of the pawn tries to become a queen, yeah. And Gukesh will have to, this is still his chance, and for that chance in return, he has to be intense for every single move. Like, not a single error is going to be okay. 100% precision for Gukesh till the end of the game, and then it is a draw. Wow. Just I'll just have some bit. We'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. I'll keep full screen for you guys. Okay, Alireza has been thinking quite some time because I'm sure right now we to have engines, but for them to understand and to calculate the practical chances at this assessment over here, I don't yet think it's going to be that easy. I don't know how long has he been thinking because his time would only be shown once he makes the next move. So we don't have that yet, but there's a possibility of him getting into time pressure again. But he should use his time to find a plan. The main thing is here, once, like maybe he will have a long think, but after that, I think his ideas would be in general flowing. Some of the practical tries, and Gukesh is walking. Gukesh is he feels relaxed. It does feel looking at him that he realizes it's a draw. Yeah, it, it just feels like that. Mathematics is saying, Gukesh is like, इंतहा हो गई इंतजार की. Nice. आईना कुछ खबर मेरे यार की. Okay, I shouldn't sing because I think Sagar sings well, but I don't. But it's a good song for the perfect song for the moment. Do we have live board? Yes, this is the live board. This is the moment, guys. Even for us to analyze it wasn't so easy. So, Ayush says, can you show what happens when both the kings come to the center? Yes, we analyzed this whole variation. I mean, we analyzed many variations, but to show you one more time, let me make the board bigger over here. Gukesh is not sitting on the board, it's very easy to make the board bigger. So we analyzed king h7, king f3, king g6, g4. Here, by the way, g4 is a very important move. If you don't go g4, then it will be h5 will be played. And the king will stop this g4, and this g3 pawn will remain on a dark square to be attacked by this bishop on this diagonal. That's the reason g4 becomes a very necessary move. An only move actually, if you think of that. At this moment, if you go h5, because it's still if you deflect, then the knight will be hanging. Once again, Gukesh will be put in a find a only move situation. He won't take over here, and if he goes knight e3, it would be a big blunder because of this is the reason. This is the only thing I think maybe need to be a bit careful about. But here he will have to find black to play. You will have to find black to play. Because if you guys find, then I'm sure Gukesh will find. So what is the best, what is a winning move for black? We have 3,000 people watching. Not sure how many of you will find. It's already almost 3 a.m. The endgame is interesting, but nothing like a dead draw or something. Gukesh has come on the board and like, okay, anyway, I don't want to wait anymore. I'll start calculating. I've done that again and again. We have how many answers? I believe very few, but not bad. Dheya, Ayush, Tanna, Neko, Anu, Diyar, Tamogna, Chess Knight, Jia, Arpit, Mayur, and yeah, I have read all the names of those who found h4. इसका मतलब देखो, I mean, which were by that time. So h4, and remember, it's a rook pawn. And the rook pawn is the biggest enemy of the knight. Like black would have been very happy if this was also a passer. So after h4, if you let this survive, if it let this survive, then it's yeah. Then black has this material advantage. So he's trying to not get into that. Alireza trying to see how he can get into that. By the way, Saturo had super chatted. Guki is a lamb, little younger and ambitious. If he survives the slaughter, he will emerge as a goat. Oh, that's a very good one. Oh, so he goes king g8, where he wants to go into king f7, king e6 situation. But I think it is like with the king on g6, the kind of pressure would be higher because the king is threatening those king g5 and h5 ideas and all those. Here, I think it's much safer for Gukesh. Though I think the first move to consider is g4. He'll go one of them, king f3 or g4. He's looking here and there, but thinking about the position. What is the time situation? So the time situation right now is Firouzja is down to 12 minutes. Uh, an important factor because he has used a lot of his time, whereas Gukesh's time, why is it showing 5 minutes? Maybe 30 minutes are yet to get added because he played knight f5 very quickly. So I think that's a good question. Maybe it will first go to 0 and then it will get added. Correct. So for Gukesh, he has a lot of time in hand. No, I can't. Like the clock is correct only. He's down to 4 minutes, but because the 40 moves are over, first the time will be this time will be come to 0 and then he will get 30 seconds, 30 minutes. Yeah, 34 minutes is what Gukesh is having. Correct. Firuza on 12 minutes. So Gukesh having these 22 minutes extra helps in the situations when he will be under a lot of pressure where he needs to find only moves. So he's not using all his time because his moves, the next two moves are definitely very natural to take the king forward. Now if king f7, g4, king f6, very similar to what we are looking at. You can go king e6 as well. And the king has a barrier here, cannot easily shift. You can try to go king d7 here, but then as we had seen, king d5 on a light square, making a full barrier for against the king. Yeah, what happens if the black king walks to the a4 pawn? That is what we were trying. Rohit says Alireza used 18 minutes for king g8. That's true. I think he was overall firstly trying to just understand and assess, and then calculations. After calculating, maybe he already would have figured out. I believe this position If they take 18 minutes, the kind of calculation along with assessment for them would be quite huge. Yeah, king going to f7. Now, here Gukesh is still at the only move situation to go g4. If he doesn't go that, and if he goes king e4, he's like, come on, Amruta, there's no question here. Rana Sardar is saying Cookie can hold his nerve very well. That's absolutely true. Pradeep Singh says if any one of them converts this position without the other making blunder or a major mistake, then it will be a masterpiece. No, then it will be a draw because without a mistake, it's not possible to win this. Is Alireza going to think a lot again? Because for sure he was banking on Gukesh not playing g4 would be helpful for him. But I think the way Gukesh is making moves so quickly in spite of having such a huge time, as you can see right now, it's updated to 34 minutes. Um, it's. I think I got lost for whatever I was saying. Abhirup is saying we are watching Cookie's game and Cookie's watching Abdu's game. Oh, what's the update over there? It's the two games are right now going on. All others have ended in a draw. Aronian versus Wesley, Caruana versus Samuel, and Pragg versus Duda ended in a draw. Nordirbeg versus MVL, it's a king pawn endgame, and actually, White is at a situation of finding only move. Oh, he finds king had to go back. King had to go back. If here, then you again go to g4. But even if white is a pawn down, the position is a draw. Very funny king pawn endgame because generally, if you're a pawn down, it's not a draw. So this kind of a structure has made it a fortress like. That's why it's a draw. Coming back to Gukesh's position, g4 and his final move. The important one, not to allow h5 later after g4, h4 ideas, not to allow all this thing. King e4 would have been a big blunder if at all Gukesh would have, without a thought, would have played such a move. And then h5 would have been a very big problem because you don't have time to go king g5 or things like that. There's always a check and you can't go g4. I mean, you want to go g4 here, but if you go king f3 with the idea of g4, then there was no time. King f6 attacking and then king g5. So Gukesh looks confident about this draw, it seems like. Okay, he goes king f6. Once again, if you try to move the king, which is like king f4 or king e5, then it's a problem. Look, this move would be a huge blunder, and oh my god, what? It would be a huge blunder. Oh my god, this is something Gukesh will have to be very careful. If he has to not go king f4, because if he goes king f4, what is the winning move for black? Insane. It's just about alertness. It's not anything to do with tough or easy. It's just about alertness for the whole board of 64 squares. For the added 30 minutes, is there 30-second increment? Yeah. Yes, yes, of course. Manan is like, how does someone get additional 30 minutes and just makes two moves in 20 minutes? What did he play? Oh, thank God, 93. Yeah, all those who found, by the way, just to show you here, how many of you found Bishop C1? No, wrong. Bishop E5? No. Only three. Tehmid, Chess Cafe, and Chess Knight. You three have found it. Everybody else was a bit confused and couldn't find it, because this is a nice check here. King E4. And then you want to go King G6 attacking this King F3 H5, which is something we were looking at, but the point is because the bishop left is diagonal, knight takes G7, and it's not the same. Even if you are giving the pawn, even if this is being allowed, it's not the same. Yeah, without that extra G7 pawn. So the right move was G6, saying that if you take on H6, now I have this check and skewer. Now I will just take this knight. But if you don't take this pawn on H6, and now if you go knight E3, I'll still go bishop C1 because this king pawn endgame is winning. Can't go over here. If I go to G3, then also there is a check. If I go to D6, then also there is a check. So this is so beautiful, so beautiful. So he goes knight E3, and Gukesh is very alert. He just not sitting on the board. These little traps by Alireza, instead of the natural king h7 king g6, which doesn't allow such ideas, he made a smart move by coming through this route. Very smart, Alireza. Now he's down to 6 minutes, and somewhere it does feel he understands this is a draw. Yeah, crazy position. So knight e3 was important alertness. I think Gukesh has decoded this very well, and with all the whole tension in the game he had to go through, he is going to manage this draw. He's about to make a move, but he's down to 5 minutes. Tell me a possibility where Gukesh will win from here. From here. No, he cannot. What is still his best practical chance? He's not going to just give it up, yeah? He's going to try. Yeah, 30 seconds increment is there. The point is when you have also very low, you are low on time. Um, think of strategies or some plans where is subtle pressure, like you put your opponent in this tactical kind of a situation to find an only move. This one, not to let him enter into a king pawn endgame, not to enter into such things where a check where the king and knight are on the same diagonal. I think Gukesh will try to avoid keeping the king on such diagonals. King g5 played. Oh, he's going knight c4, forcing him to go to c3, defend his pawn. Quickly, Alireza goes to c3. Now, maybe what Gukesh is going to say, why I'll keep my king on the light square, pawn on the light square. Everything is on the light square, your bishop cannot attack anything. Now, okay, I think he'll move his knight. Knight e3 back. He's asking Alireza, what's your plan now? Why is Alireza's clock showing only 4 minutes? It's because he has used all of his time. Sangya is saying, Alireza sone de. Yeah, it is a question like whether he is going to take it to a point where Gukesh will have to consume all his time to defend the situations which Alireza has created. But I don't think Gukesh has any such intention. He looks super confident. Don't think at all. Bishop e5 played. Now I think he's going to keep the bishop on c7. And Gukesh will go back to e3. Nothing elaborate is needed. I think for Gukesh, actually imagine he just keeps making these two moves. Okay, I mean if you have stopped at some point, you've attacked, then you go here. If you've stopped 93, then obviously you don't go there, you go some other square. Maybe even 96, knight c4 if the bishop is on this diagonal. What is the plan? The king, yeah, then the king will have to move from here or the pawn will have to be pushed. Also, for the pawn, I think What black is going to do is not to do this, where gh5 it's a rook pawn. Maybe he'll keep the g pawn in this file. Melam is saying, love your work and your dedication towards streaming and commentary. You guys have definitely. Thank you, Melam. Everybody together, we are all doing our best. Music Beats is saying, hope so this gets over by 3:30. Maybe he has all his plans. At 3:30 he'll sit for studying or maybe making a music album. Who knows? And to find maybe inspiration in the next 15 minutes from this game, from Gukesh, Alireza. Shubham is saying, I think there should be a penalty if a player is singing for a move since 25 minutes. Many times when they've thought too much, they don't come up with the best moves. Oh, by the way, Alireza is down to 1 minute 10 seconds, so it's not like he has forever to think about. He goes g6. Going to play h5 next. चैट आप ही बताओ मुझे। मैंने तो वीकेंड की छुट्टी ली है। What is maybe why is Gukesh looking there at Northern game? Even Alireza. They're like, okay, everybody is get going away. We are the last people tournament hall में, just you and me. Priya says Norway chess format was yeah, some formats. I think that really worked. It was a super hit. 50 moves. Extra time is criminal sometimes. I think anyway, in a way, by 40th move, I don't know if they would not have got 30 seconds because I didn't see Gukesh taking too much time anywhere. In fact, just to give you a look at what is happening in Nadirberg. Yeah, this one is going towards a draw. Even if he's a pawn down, he's getting in the opposition at the right time. So, right now that's settled. Sharat is like they both are sleeping with eyes open, just like we sleep during a lecture. They have mastered the art of sleep. No, they are loving what they're doing right now. So, also the time in US here is afternoon. No, maybe now by now evening. Shaba is like, I have to wake up at 8 and here I am. I should be over. Okay, you don't need to think so much. Let's go. Maybe he's gonna be calculating till the finish, like the ideas for black. But you can't really do that because sometimes you cannot predict your opponent's move. As an overview, you've calculated, but oof. Okay, now Gukesh is calculating quite a lot. Mm-hmm. Just today I got a very nice gift from my friend. I'll show you something. She also has a chess academy in Pune, Chess Mania. This is what she gifted me, guys. Make a move. These are lovely pieces over here. They're actually wooden pieces here. And got this diary. So it was a very nice gift. Chiranjeev is saying, I remember an old Mr. Bean show where he watches chess to get sleep. Really? Really? That was shown? Then now maybe if he makes Mr. Bean, maybe he will show it the other way to get super excited. Yeah. What was the last thing that Sagar gifted me? I think when he had came back from Prague. Yeah, he had got earrings for me. What did you do on my birthday? I was covering an event of Pragg Simon. I think tomorrow we should be releasing the video about it. And it was really amazing. Too good. कितनी देर और oh, we have, by the way, 2603 believers. Rajesh Subramaniam had contributed 2529 minutes ago. Wow, that's so good. Thank you, Rajesh ji. Very, very kind of you. I think we also, yeah, Rajesh Subramaniam. 2603. Rating is increasing. Moving towards 2700. Slow and steady. Today's hangover nahi tha re, hangover nahi. Hangout you want to say maybe. Gukesh has gone into a deep thought. Did I miss some amazing jokes? Yeah, it's slightly hard. Wait a second. Is this Pradeep Singh saying after 3 years of hard work and 5000 plus games, I'm 450 rated finally. Levi should review my best games. That's a good one. कहाँ था रे जोक किधर किसने भेजा ही नहीं है So for Gukesh, he is surely not going to move the king away from the pawn because then the knight will be attacked and he will lose. Which means he's going to move the knight only. But why is he thinking? Is he thinking it could be different for knight c4, knight d5? Definitely he's thinking about h5, takes. So let's try to look at it a bit. Okay, knight c4. Let's say black goes, in fact, this pressure incoming. Black is going to maintain the tension and go king h4. He's not even going for h5 so soon. White does nothing. For now, we're just saying that white does nothing. It's the same position. Everything is in black's control. Now you have to progress at the end of it. Like even if you go king h3, there's nothing. So you push the pawn finally. G h or you want to take okay, you go h5 for g takes h5. You have two options, this and this, king with the king and with the g pawn. If you take g takes h5 in this situation, even if this is an enemy of the knight, the problem is it restricts the king, the black king also to defend because this king is very close to the pawn. It's very close to the pawn, whereas when we are talking about that enemy, that time the king is not close to the pawn. So यहाँ पे gh5 को king h5 मारना पड़ेगा to keep some advantage. And still you can go knight g4, knight e3 that way. जैसे g5 आया तो maybe knight f6 check, वापस knight आएगा पीछे. If king इधर गया तो भी knight g4. And how do you kind of break this thing? Because even if the knight is attacked, Knight goes back. If this bishop stays on this diagonal, saying that, oh, you cannot go anywhere, it's going to be drawish. Knight goes somewhere else. You can't progress. So it's a draw. अरे चैट में बहुत ही कुछ एक्शन चल रहा है. Amir Hussain says my phone charge came to 1% because of this game. कबर से क्वीन आ जाएगी 3:30 AM को. मुश्किल लग रहा है. मान लो इतना सोचने के बाद ब्लंडर कर देता है. मन इतना सोचने के बाद ब्लंडर करता है. हम्म, हम्म. सागर भाई sleeping peacefully. Yes, it is at 3:30 AM. Man, insane. ये लोग ड्रॉ क्यों नहीं करते हैं? आस्क पॉम पॉम. नहीं पॉम पॉम, because Alireza should try until you have this, this even this subtle thing, whatever way you can put more pressure, you have to try. नहीं करना है गिव अप. ये देखो के क्रॉस इज लाइक कैन आई ऑर्डर मैगी इन इंडिया एट दिस टाइम फ्रॉम समवेयर. अभी मतलब यू आर प्लानिंग टू एंजॉय मैगी एंड दिस गेम. भाई इतना अगर आगे चलेगा गेम तो मुझे पता नहीं है. 2700 people are watching at this time, but also the position is engine is saying equal, yet they are watching. Yeah, but engine is saying equal, but there is a lot of possibility for Firouzja to try and put some pressure and at least bring Gukesh's time thoda down. I I missed your हाथी चीटी joke. Where I did. अब भी डालो ना एक बार कॉपी पेस्ट. Yes, I am sleepy. I will sleep after some time. सब डिप्रेस्ड लग रहे. You know this game, man, this game has been a complete story. Or finally it has managed to reach this end. So we're still figuring out. I'm not like announced it's a draw. Matlab, there is no way for Alireza to not put pressure. It's a draw, but just still figuring out कितना pressure डालेगा Alireza. ओम से कल कॉलेज है, कैसे सोऊंगा, कब उठूंगा. अरे अभी सो जाओ ना, इतना डाउट है तो. Elangovan is saying we got an opportunity to meet and greet the players this morning. Which players? Amrita, light blue board will look well in the players with the players in the background. But everything will be too blue, na? Oh, at 3:30, what is interesting is people are asking chess improvement related questions. भाई कितना अमेजिंग है ये चीज़ कि यूर एक AK Mishra says my opening and middle game is good, but I always lag in the end game. Rating above 1500 in bullet rapid blitz. This channel provides idea for endgame. Can join membership and endgame videos. Oh, you can check out Sagar's, there is a Endgame series, by the way, which has maybe whatever number 15 videos or something. You should watch that. It's free there online. And also, you should read Endgame के लिए Silman's Endgame book is like so good. Even this 100 Endgames you must know. But if you want to go a slightly detail, what is Alireza going to really say कि कुछ नहीं है ज़्यादा, or is he going to, sometimes you make some moves, gain time and also energy and also make your opponent think. So yeah, this endgame book, if you do it really well, it's maybe like could take a long time, but at least in the first few things, if you do really well for a month or 2 months intensively, it will help you tremendously. 100% ही है, मतलब 100% it will help you, no doubt about it. Sleep improvement techniques. I have a lot of them actually, if you need. Sharath is like, why do elephants not play online chess? Because he's scared of the mouse. Haha. Yes, I do have one joke related with that. I had planned I should, but I had not yet got a better. But I'll try to crack that tomorrow. Oh wow! Elangovan says we met Pragg, Guki, Duda, Fabian, MVL among. So good, so good. Okay, look at this guy. He goes King H4 and says, of course, dear Guki, I'm gonna try. I don't care if it in India it's 3:35 a.m. But I'm going to try. Oh yeah, another draw today. MVL Nadir. Imagine Gukesh versus Firouzja also ends in a draw, which is actually a draw, but still we've seen flips in general. Then maybe the only day where all the games ended in a draw. Om says, great dedication, you guys. I'll contribute to help chess someday when I start earning, probably next year. Wow. Just also being in the stream is a great bit of contribution here. Oh, Elangavan, you can send us. Uh, yeah, you can send a Google Drive link to chessbizindia@gmail.com, contact at chessbizindia. You can find some 2-3 email IDs so that we don't miss it. You can send a Google Drive link. Yeah. Man, it's raining like pouring like cats and dogs right now. Huge rain. We have a joke by Ashwin. Hathi is making jalebi for Amruta and Cheety attacks Hathi. And Hathi and jalebi with a fork. How would Amruta defend? Will she save Hathi or jalebi? Wait, Hathi is making jalebi na for me. Cheety attacks Hathi and jalebi with a fork. दोनों को अटैक किया. How would Amruta defend? बाप रे, तो बहुत मुश्किल है. विल शी से जलेबी को क्यों डिफेंड करूंगी मैं? तो हाथी और बनाएगा ना बाद में. तो I'll defend हाथी only. How will I defend is a question. फोर्क के लिए क्या काउंटर क्या रहता है भाई? बताओ मुझे. इतना दिमाग तो नहीं चल रहा है. Yeah, so endgame के लिए, one of the thing in endgame is how much ever you study, we have seen even 2700 rook bishop versus rook, so many times they've messed up because you don't have time at that point, you don't have enough energy. And that's where learning endgames helps a lot, because the overall understanding of your endgames improve, overall understanding of the endgame principles improve. And then in time pressure, with less time, because the opponent is also going to have less time, you are able to put some pressure, some more pressure, So very important. Anuvar says I'm stuck between 800 to 1000 for a year. When I analyze my games, it revolves around 1700 level games, but I do want to improve my games and ratings. 800 to 1000 if you're getting stuck, and when you are analyzing, you would be finding at the end of it blunders only, no, at some point. Or are you getting outplayed? How are you losing mostly in your games? If you find a pattern, that is my first question to you. Latin America jalebi is equal to churros. Really, I've never had churros. Just didn't feel like it. Hathi lives matter. People are actually answering to that question. Counter to the fork. Spoon. Spoon से क्या होएगा? अच्छा, oh, that way. Is it true? Mayur says my endgame skills are so good because I never happen to reach the endgame. So Shaba is like, I'm not watching this anymore. I have to wake up within 3 hours. Of course, guys, if you have to get up within 3 hours or something, you have to sleep. And I think Gukesh will draw. Tamogana says, I'm bad with pawn pushes, can't understand when to push a pawn and never think of pawn push when maybe it's obvious to others. How can I become better on this? I think there was a very nice book by Saltis, Andrew Saltis, Pawn Structure Chess. That is one. And recently, I mean, there have been some very nice books on pawn structure related. I mean, Sam Shankland has read Small Steps to Giant Improvement, and that is also a lot to do with understanding of the pawns. At the same time, even if you order Silman's Reassess, there is a chapter, but then if you only want to understand most about the pawn structure and all, something like these two, three books I would recommend to you. Also, there is a nice opening book, Chess Structures, but the opening is taught through pawn structure, which is I find very nice. Read it a lot. अरे वो आंसर मिला क्या? बराबर है क्या आंसर? For the हाथी का question, G pawn can't go beyond G4, so it's a draw. And H4, yeah, G5 का तो नहीं. And after king H4, whatever you play, knight C4, bishop C7, knight E3, H5. This one takes, yeah, this I had to see once. And then your king stays here, but then the H3 and H1 square. If king G5, you can keep your king on H3. Oh, wow. And then it's very simple because let's say king F4, knight C4, king E4. Guys, what is the easiest way to draw here for white? Srimati Sridhar says my rating is 1800. What books do you suggest for my improvement? By the way, guys, check out ChessBase India shop because we have collections over there which actually Sagar and I were, very, very, we gave it a good time to select some books and some material which can fit in your rating. So you should check that out, Srimati. Maybe some of the things may not be available, but because books and all many times they come from UK, it's you cannot order them like just one book is out of this thing stock and you cannot order, so you have to wait. So yeah, so check that out. And very good book for your rating. There are a lot of options there. Okay, he's gone. Oops, let me keep the live border. King G2. Maverick is saying the only reason people are still watching is because they don't want to regret if one of them blunders by mistake. That is a very interesting point, true point. FOMO, fear of missing out. Also, witnessing something live. Actually, blunder हो सकता है तो गुकेश से ही हो सकता है. It cannot happen from Alireza. This position cannot be. Yeah, but I think Gukesh is down to 7 minutes. ओनली इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज स्टिल बेटर. नहीं, अभी तो कोई मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा था ना, रुको मैं ही भूल जाती हूँ कि मैं क्या कर रही हूँ. आई थिंक पीपल या नाइट टेक C5. द होल दैट टाइम द क्वेश्चन वाज व्हाट इज द मूव. नाइट टेक C5 and the thing is this pawn which is going to be a winning pawn is on the light square and this bishop is on the dark square. So this is what endgame. Like if you've studied endgame, you would know that a light square and a dark square bishop is not going to work. That's a theoretical draw. So this knowledge helps you to take a decision which is like taking the pawn. Imagine you didn't have such knowledge. Oh, what? If he would have taken this pawn here, knight takes a5, h5. Wow, Gukesh is saying that this is. Wow. He trusted in his a pawn, basically. So bishop c7, knight e3. अर्जुन इज लाइक चीटी, हाथी के कान में जाकर नेक्स्ट मूव बता दे. Monica says, I was at Maruti Mall in Bangalore today and came across a chess competition with players from all age groups. It was wonderful to watch and really inspiring to see such initiatives. Wow, that is so cool. Exactly. Like imagine randomly you've gone into a mall, you have no idea, and then you see a chess tournament and you kind of understand how chess is growing. Himanshu is like once Aarti and Cheety were playing hide and seek. Cheety hides in the, yeah, ये हो गया है. This we have discussed on stream, guys. Now we have very less. Rajam says Alireza is going to so exhaust himself he might lose tomorrow. No, they'll bring up their energy. But yeah, it's a draw. Amazing that Guki fought back. Too good. I'm really impressed. It cannot be just luck. It's something where you are putting another level of pressure. Yeah, I think in some way this part is common between Magnus, that so many times when Magnus was in a situation of whichever trouble, we would all be like, he will he'll be back. And with Magnus it used to always happen. So that is something common, yeah, between, though maybe lesser times with Gukesh, but still. Yes, I think after this we all will be sleeping. We all will be tired right now watching this long game. So one thing for us is very clear, guys. An overview. If h5 is played, it's a plain draw because knight just takes here. Doesn't matter if this is lost. If g5 is played, then whenever h5 is played and the pawn is exchanged, white has to just make sure g4 square is controlled, and the knight is going to go to g4, and from there, however, wherever it can go and come back. but he's not going to lose the control of the g4 square. So this is how it's a draw. Doesn't matter which pawn or where the king is. I think I think Gukesh will just have to understand that this is a draw and he doesn't need to take time. I mean, he of course is going to understand it's a draw, but the time. Oops, क्या हो गया? Hmm. Yeah. So the time he's thinking here. There is nothing much here. Oh, wait, knight e3. Some moves happened. Knight c4, bishop c3, knight e3, bishop c4, and now if he goes, he can't move the knight because he will be losing this pawn. So he'll have to go king f3. Okay, that he'll of course play because there's no other option. Why does engine say minus 0.6? Ah, because of the material. Engine calculates based on the material. Oh, Anuradha, Bennyval in the chat says Ambe. Whoa, Are, how are you? And what are you doing so late? This is my childhood friend here. Wow. We've played so many tournaments together. It's amazing. I made you a moderator. I don't want to miss your comment, Anu. Wow, it's amazing to see you. Where are you? What's going on in your life right now? Are you at London right now? In India? In France? Would love to know. I'm watching you from France. Ooh. So Alireza Firouzja is from France. And what's up? Is it a chess thing or you're there for some other reason? She has a chess academy in London and she keeps doing, she's an author of some books with not chess related, but she keeps traveling and she goes to these villages also in India where she uh, teaches the girls over there chess, which is so amazing. She goes to places where sometimes there's no electricity, it's very hard to reach. So she's somebody who has inspired me in so many things. Originally from Haryana. You're working so hard. Arey, just here. Where is Sagar? Sagar is slept off. So he'll wake up early in the morning, then he will do the commentary on both these games and meetings and so on. But Anu, today and yesterday we did go to a place called Karzat and we met, guess who? We met everyone: Saumya, Anuprita, Magesh, Sneha, Ketki, their husbands. So it was a great time there. Lot of childhood memories were discussed. Ah, what's your plan? What's ahead of you, by the way? When are you coming back to India or London? I mean, wherever. Predictions for Grand Swiss is very difficult. Yatharth. Anmol bhai, yaar, thumbnails. Editor, of course, coverage also right now. So much of it happening so nicely. Are, you're still awake? वाह वाह वाह, मैं भी करजत घूमूंगा एक दिन. हाँ पक्का. आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी गुड प्लेस फ्रॉम मुंबई. घाटकोपर से यू टेक अ लोकल ट्रेन. It takes 1.5 hours. Every half an hour there is a local train and then station say you can get some transport. Nice place. So many waterfalls are there. Of course, we didn't get time to see around too much, but just a very nice place. Like a lot of nature, but lot of rain. Himanshu says just woke up to see this watching live from Australia. Himanshu Kumar. Actually, we have a friend. His name is also Himanshu Kumar. He's from Delhi. I hope this match ends soon and you get some sleep. I'm logging out. It's late here as well. See you in Mumbai soon. Oh, let me know. Thanks, Anu, for dropping by and take care. Have a good night. King F3 played important. So, but look at the time he's taken 6 minutes, and now they've used all their time. 2 minutes for Gukesh, 23 seconds for Alireza. If he, imagine he's bringing such a situation again and again for Gukesh, and Gukesh is coming down to 2 seconds. Only move situation. That would become a tough thing. Not gonna happen. Not going to happen, I think, because just keep the king on f3. No need to go to g2. Knight c4. Knight ko hilao bas. He's moving his knight over there. यहाँ पे our knight is moved, guys. Rishabh is like, why you not teach chess via live? It's good if you guys can have live 1 hour daily and teach chess. How many of you would be interested if we have to do that? Something like a live session, webinar, like Zoom kind of a session. How many of you would be? Thank you, Srija, for such a sweet comment. H5 played. Okay, guys, खत्म फिर तो मारना तो जरूरी. If you don't take H4, this means a draw for. Oh no 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 no. Now you cannot take, because the problem is this king is, your king is not closer to the square. Oof. No 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 no. Be careful. Be careful भाई. गलती से भी ऐसा कुछ सोचने का नहीं. Just stay there. So he's going to try and, okay, this is what he's going to try. Alireza is not going to make it easy. Whatever you do is, he'll make it tough for you. From 30 minutes to 2 minutes time decrease. Exactly, Abhay. And I think we have sustained being over here right now. Oh, count me in. Yes, count me in. I would love to join. Very interested. Really, I would be interested if it is who you're teaching. Array. Interested. Unbelievable. That is so good. Watching from London, I just love to watch Sagar and you doing commentary. Acha, you're also in London. Chess India is, you should make modules for children on chess. It will sell like, we have this for children. We do have the chess pa books, and actually we started the sessions this every weekend now, and we are exploring, and we are also, the kids are enjoying, like really enjoying, and we hope to make it fun because it's taught in a very different way. mm, I'm sure we'll be able to do this and find more talents, slow and steady. Oh, update the board. Board updated है ना? क्या हुआ? यही तो है. This is the no. The time is wrong on the leeches. Is some technical error, but maybe we need to go full screen now, guys, because so these are the final moments here. So we need to have this. Okay, he's gone knight e5. Now if king h2, if king h2 is played, the knight can move maybe somewhere like knight d3 is possible with the idea of knight f. I mean, you have to stop this, yeah, basically. So if h4, then you can go knight f2 and you have stopped this. But the point is, this is on a dark square, and if bishop c5, attacking this, you have to move it. Once again, if you go knight g4 check, see, it can become a blunder because king g1 आएगा, h3 आएगा, h2 भी आएगा, and then that would be winning with the piece and this pawn because it's the same color square. So knight e5. Wait, let's stick with the live board. Yeah, let's stick with the live mode. So knight e5 खेला है. He goes bishop d6. You will come back to d3. Okay, but Gukesh is down to 24 seconds. Is the time correct? Somewhere close to it. 3 seconds. Oh my god. It was really. He's gone knight f7. Bishop d6, knight f7. The moves have not been updated here. Some problem, but I'll make it on the board. Bishop c7. Bishop c7. Gukesh has to still be careful going far away from the pawn. But here he gives a check. The king has to decide आगे या पीछे. कोई सवाल नहीं. It is going to go ahead. And for Gukesh, because he's struggling on time, maybe it's something like 40 seconds if I can see from here. In that clock, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it. So leeches pe abhi some issues in the clock. Now he's feels better if you move your knight to some light square. But yeah, the rook pawn, and you have reached a stage where be careful. You have to be careful. Praveen Kumar says watching from California. I started watching chess recently just because of you both commentary. Thank you. Yes, Tirtha, I also love Sagar's commentary a lot. What did he play? He goes 94. Yeah, makes sense. Moves are stuck here, so I'll have to be very focused not to miss a single move. Now if h4, then the king is going to come to g4. If h3, and then you just win the pawn. So that's not possible. Otherwise, this is attacked. Otherwise, you just defend it. And then you don't have knight g5 again. You don't have knight f2 again. What is he going to play? He's thinking. Let's stick to live board only right now. It's updated. Bishop d8. He stopped knight g5. Waiting here. Asking Gukesh, you have 26 seconds. As all those who want serious improvement, do check out Chess Ranga pe all these tactics. Bishop d8. Oh, he goes knight f2. Good move, good move. Everything is being taken care of whenever the knight is attacked. just making sure to move that king pawn endgame would be lost. Less is more says I watched this game hours ago. What stamina they have. Intense. Yeah, they have been like the tournament is going towards the second half, and yesterday was a rest day which was good to play such a long game. Bishop e7 he played. Sharat, arey, new member backer of Indian chess. Thank you so much. So kind of you. Even in the very final moments, we have a new member, and guys, all the membership amount goes to the laptop fund for the young talents to prepare chess better. Light square. Whenever everything is on the light square, white is completely not stressed. Time to push the pawn, Alireza. अदरवाइज इधर ही उधर से घुमा फिरा रहे हो और हम क्या कर रहे इधर हमारी नींद को घुमा फिरा रहे yeah, you if you're not careful, if your pawn reaches here, your king is here, and white king is here, there is a checkmate pattern. But of course, Alireza is careful. He goes bishop d6 here. Just waiting. He's just waiting. He has a pawn, the rule of 50 moves. But after every pawn move, like let's say they make 50 moves right now, and then on 49 moves. On 50th move, Alireza pushes a pawn. Then the point is another 50 moves. So they can actually play 100 moves, and we might be here till morning. Reminds me of the candidate streams though. Oh my god, Chess India says I'm following since second grade and now I'm in 11th grade. That is huge. Second grade? What time हो गया रे? Which year was that for you? He goes bishop b8. नहीं क्या हुआ एक मिनट बिशप d6 knight f2 bishop b8 knight e4 the knight is just doing its routine. He went to a gym, he came back, he went to the office, came back, he also had dinner somewhere in the office only. Yeah, he'll also fall off to sleep at some point. Routine. How many of you like routine life? How many of you find it monotonous? Arey, Nightbot is sending hearts. This one always surprises me. Very curious. How does Nightbot send hearts? तभी AI से थोड़ा डर भी लगता ही है. बट ठीक है जब तक हार्ट से तब तक चलेगा. Why don't you and Sagar do daily vlogs? Chess India पूछ रहा है भाई. आई फील फिर तो रात को कुछ भी टाइम नहीं मिलेगा सोने को. ओ नाइट f6 नाइट बहुत दूर ना जाए पॉन से. कहीं दूर जब दिल ढल जाए. अमृता बंद कर दो स्ट्रीम वरना नींद नहीं आएगी हमें. भाई अभी बस लास्ट के 2-3 मिनट है. मतलब मैं आई एम अज्यूमिंग दैट देयर इज नो 50 मूव्स ट्वाइस. आई एम अज्यूमिंग देयर आर नो 100 मूव्स व्हिच आर गोइंग टू हैपन. हाँ एक तो पॉन पुश हुआ. They can make now 50 moves, after h3 also 50 moves, after h2 also. So they can essentially make 150 moves if they want to continue it long. But then Alireza is like, क्या करूँ? मेरा एनर्जी भी जा रहा है ना. दिन ढल चुका है. हाँ रे, that is also true साहिल. h4. Look at that stare by Guki to Alireza. Oh, it's was that like कि भाई तेरे पास क्या है मतलब what are you banking on? That is what I thought the stare meant. Knight e4, bishop b6 is played. We are at this position. Draw by repetition. अरे तो भी तो Alireza is not going to repeat. If he had to repeat, he would have done that long time ago. At least 1 hour ago. Not anymore. कोई बोल रहा था कि ये मैच 4 दिन से चल रहा है. Oh, king has moved, guys. Whenever the king moves, have to be careful. This is attack. Can go bishop d8 or he can go h3. If he goes h3, the knight goes to g5. You pick this pawn. Very happy. So he'll go bishop d8. Oh, and now you also have knight f2 because you can actually block it with knight h3. How do you like it? But then king g2 pe hai, and if the dark square bishop cannot leave this. Oh, much easier, more like a fortress. This is great. Because once the knight is over here, the bishop cannot leave this diagonal. If the bishop cannot leave this diagonal, then this knight is free to roam. Dun dun dun. वापस जिम वापस इधर. When will you wake up if I sleep now? If I sleep at 4:35, maybe I'll wake up at anytime around 10. Max to max 10:30. Anything between 10 and 10:30. So however late I slept, I've slept at 7 o'clock also in the mornings. Many times I just prefer to wake up at not later. I mean I was waking up at 8:30, but with this tournament yeah, things are going to change. Yeah, he's got a great fortress. Madan is saying, I just learned that Gukesh missed his clock while pressing his hand. His hand missed. And it was 2 seconds left. Scary. I also missed that moment. थक तो गए हैं but अभी सोना ही रहा. If I had to sleep, I would have done that. I knew I could do that once 40 moves are over, because I knew that Alireza is going to go a long way. That guy just doesn't give up, which is why he's there. बट तभी नहीं सोए तो अभी कैसे गाइस? हैंडशेक तो देखेंगे ना. Yep, look at Alireza. This body language says that okay. Oh wait, is he taking the king for? Oh my god, has he found any plan here? Because this is a typical thing that very much towards the end, you just change the character. Like everything was about this thing. No one was thinking about the king going here anymore. And now suddenly the king is started, so you have to calculate. But now you won't have time. So easier for an attacker because he has a direct target. He knows where he's flowing. But for a defender, he has to find only moves. Wait, it's important. Okay, this knight can give up itself if the king is on h3. So can we not go? Yeah, exactly. Well done. Because your knight is going to go towards c6 or c4. Guys, if this happens, फटाफट draw हो जाएगा because the king is gonna sit here like a maharaja. Guys, I hope you're drinking water. Tobito is saying I can hear people's alarm now. Done. Done, guys. Knight c4 check and knight a5. We are going to have a handshake soon. Wow. Wow. Gives another pawn. Done. And that's the nice end to such a game. Guys, very hard fought battle here we had between Gukesh and Alireza. Alireza had played some incredible moves in the middle game. The plans they're analyzing after the whole long game. I think he's saying something that I missed. I think related with HG pawns somewhere. And also think maybe, but the way Gukesh made a comeback in the time pressure was huge. It was this one moment where Alireza had to make the right decision between two moves, and he had to find the only move which he couldn't because of being in time pressure. So, really, really a great game. Once again, a great fighting spirit. And yeah, I think because it's the last game, they can also be sitting over here and analyzing. But Gukesh is very, very curious. A lot of questions it seems he's having. Yeah. Oh wow, we have the position on the board. That's nice because normally they're just analyzing blindfold. Thank you guys for watching until now, by the way. But I'm just gonna continue till we're able to see such analysis because you guys can go and sleep for sure. Sharat says the patience of us was truly tested today. Yeah, this is amazing. You guys are really passionate people here. We surely are crazy bunch knowing it is a draw. Still awake at 4:15 a.m. Totally agree. Adit says thank you for yes, thank you, Adit. Thank you all for staying back and watching. That was very encouraging. But here, yeah, look at this G5. He's saying like if I had the G pawn, but I think the knight reaches. Yeah, that's perfect calculation. G4 को what? हाँ, knight takes c5, bishop takes c5, king f4, and king g4. He would have won the g pawn. Got it. This position also. So they had doubts for this position, which just shows that it's not so clear. Like in terms of a practical play, even for us, if the engine is saying like a dead draw, yeah, dead draw. Um, but look at this. This show us and help us to see that this is a position which they want to analyze, and exactly that's where the engines really fail. Yeah, completely fail. This is how it should be. Where on the board it's not clear. Yeah, he's showing that when always will be controlled. My knight will come to f2 at the right time. अब बंदे हैं ये भाई लोग. Yeah. Tirtha says we are here just for our Gookie. Wow, such a long, intense game, and they are so curious. Alireza definitely looks tired, but I think Gukesh had kind of calculated. Oh, the arbiter also is coming. Is like, भाई हो गया लास्ट गेम में रुका हूँ कब का. Wow, this position is already slightly tricky in that sense. It does mean it's trickier at a practical level. It's great to understand that. Really helps us also, the viewers, the commentators, because we are always wondering whether they, how are they assessing whether now they know it's a draw. But actually, the position which was so clear for us at that point of time, only because of the engine, of course. There's a lot of curiosities, and I'm loving this. I think this is the highlight of today for sure. क्या ही arbiter is also watching it. It's always fun to see analysis where if they just talk, you're not gonna understand. It's the speed is insane of their blindfold calculation. This one you can understand. सैटन सेज ये वही बच्चे हैं जो 3 घंटा पेपर लिख के सॉल्व करते हैं स्कूल के बाहर. That is a good one. Yeah. How come in all the Gookie endgames end in creative, tricky positions? Asks Sharad. Because many times he's thinking of some ideas which are like missed by opponent because they're not very natural. What to say? The right way to put forth would be because they are, yeah, not very natural in that sense. But there are some times where opponents find then Gookie is in some trouble. But even if it happens for, let's say, 8, 9 moves, something like this, the opponent is able to find good moves. Still, because Gookie's habit is to constantly put the opponent in those kind of decisions where it is very, very sharp and it's an only move. So, for those decisions, Gookie brings that situation. He creates that situation. Like when he played F4 move today, like, what is this move? That's what even Sagar asked, and of course, he's giving up a pawn randomly. But he is creating a situation at a practical level which puts quite a lot of pressure on the opponent. And this ability is something to appreciate because it's not an easy one. If you have fear, very difficult to take such bold decisions. That's why arbiter is. So I think, yeah, they are crazy, but we are crazier as we cannot hear audio of them. Just beautiful. Say sky. आर्बिटर चाचा डांट के भगाओ. भगाओ इन बच्चों को. You are just here in this position. Yeah. Can I actually try and make the moves? The pawn is on h5. Oh, so they're looking at this thing. So what Alireza is saying, I shouldn't have pushed the pawn to h4. And his same position, but maybe the bishop goes to e5. Oh, wait. 92. Just to bring the bishop over there. Tying. Just to bring their position on their analysis board. Yeah, king g1. This is a draw, guys. Oh, they got this white to play. Wait. Let me triangle to the triangulation. ये भी नहीं हो रहा है ना. The smiles there because I think he realizes not much is happening. Now the pawn is on h4. Bishop b6. The same but black to play. Oh. Wow, he finds a good move to put pressure. Bishop d2. Wow, yeah, this is a good move. Knight f2, bishop e1, king e2, king to bishop e4, king to bishop c3, king d3, bishop b4. Oh, that should be lost. Oh no, sorry, not here. Yeah, this is. भाई ड्रॉ है, कुछ भी करो ड्रॉ ही है. ओ तुम लोगों को दिख ही नहीं रहा है बोर्ड पे एनालिसिस. Oh shit. Insane. I was putting on the analysis, but how stupid. Oh, you couldn't hear me. No, I was just putting the analysis on the board. I did not realize that you cannot see the board. But yeah, it's truly Nimit. It's amazing that they are discussing, and I hope we get to see more of chessboard pay their discussions, which can be understood by many of us, so that Amir is like arbiter came to bang the table. That would be epic. My favorite opening is white and black. I love Sicilian from both the sides very much. I also love Scandinavian from black a bit. Not love is not the right word, but I find it interesting. Mm, I love Nimzo, by the way. So yeah, that one. And from white, I think Open Sicilian. I've played Scotch a lot, so Scotch is quite tactical, interesting, and like many people don't know the opening trap, so very trappy that way. And what else? Yeah, not much. That was my one of the weakness to play same opening, same lines, because I was just not interested in openings. It was very much memorizing for me even back then. Like now, though everything has changed, but even back then, so that's why. Oof, done, guys. They have analyzed and figured out that whatever it is, it was a draw. Well played, Alireza and Gukesh. Definitely for Alireza, not a very happy result because he had played some amazing chess. But, guys, that's done. And we will be seeing you tomorrow. Take care. Thanks a lot for watching. 1,500 people still, and will Pragg drew his game, Gukesh drew his game. Both had advantage at some point earlier also, but this is how it is for now. Take care, guys. Chat was fun. You kept me awake in the end with lot of talks and discussions and fun and entertainment and also being alert with chess. So take care. Good night, everyone. Hope you get sweet dreams. No, no dreams is a better state.